everyone, and welcome to another stream on youtube.com/Johnny Chiodini. I am Johnny Chiodini. That is me. I said like half of those words wrong just then. I was slurring weirdly. Hi everyone. How is everybody doing? I hope you're well. Do not panic. It is Tuesday, not Monday. Thank you for your patience in allowing me to postpone yesterday's stream to today. I'm fine. I just yesterday my in-laws came around, so we saw them. We had lunch. And basically, it was just easier to stream today than yesterday. Also, by delaying 24 hours, it completely changed what I was planning to stream. Because you may remember last week, we started painting up this mangler squig, which I haven't worked on since the stream. Hang on, let me go to picture-in-picture here. We were working on this lemony squig. But I was going to work on that today, but then Games Workshop announced Gutter Bowl, which is basically, it's an official version of Street Bowl, which is like a fan-made variant of Blood Bowl, where basically it's Blood Bowl, but in the streets. So the pitch is narrower because you're playing in an alley. There's no grass, you're hitting the cobbles, so armor breaks more easily. And just generally, it's a much more violent version of Blood Bowl, which is already quite a violent game. And there are things like open sewers that I imagine you can just like hoy people into. If you're decent with your blocks, you can basically send people into a sewer. It's all very exciting. My Blood Bowl League got very excited about it immediately because it's basically it's a variation of sevens. So instead of fielding 11 on your team, you just put 7 on the pitch each turn, which is what we play for our Christmas tournament every year, because it's a bit quicker to play than full-scale 11-a-side Blood Bowl. So we're talking about making this year's Yuletide Invitational Tournament, which would be the 3rd annual tournament we've done, into Street Bowl. So I'm not Street Bowl, Gutter Bowl. So I'm very excited about this. And I was like, well, what kind of team could I paint up? And then I thought, Halflings, because Halflings in Blood Bowl are very wholesome. Like if I flash up the thanks for watching screen, you can see them there, right? They're kind of jolly hockey sticks, kind of like picnic loving. Yeah, they're hobbits. Come on, let's face it. The Halflings, in every sense of the word. And so I thought, what if I just painted them up like a bunch of horrible gutter snipes, like real like nasty sooty urchins? And I was like, well, hang on a minute, what if they were rat catchers? So they're called the Altdorf rat catchers, and that means that I was able to raid my bits box for some spare pieces of Skaven stuff. So this one's got like a decapitated Skaven like head there. There's another guy who's running along, just like stepping on a rat, just smushing it. This is a tree man. It's a literal tree that's a man, and it's got the head of a hell pit abomination in there, just sort of chewing away on that. Basically, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to just paint up a team of halflings as if they're really, really nasty. So that's our job today. But first, I'm going to read out some super chats, because there are a few of them. Aidan says, I'm on holiday in Cornwall. I'm soaked. Cornwall can be a rainy place, but it's also gorgeous. I hope you're having a lovely time in Cornwall. I really enjoyed going there to film Secret Project back in May. Secret Project, we still need to film the last 2 episodes. It will be coming out maybe, hopefully next month. Well, it depends when we can film the last 2 episodes. So it's been delayed a little bit, but Cornwall's gorgeous. I really, really love it. So I hope you're having a lovely holiday, even though you're soaked. Born to Pootle, which is an absolutely tremendous username, has done a super chat saying, lost my dog in the park for about 10 minutes today. Found her safe and sound. Give Watson a hug. Oofed. Those 10 minutes can't have been fun. The pig's gone wandering in the park before, and I've been like, shit, where's the dog? And it's never pleasant. Where you're just like, okay, I'm trying not to panic, but I'm also desperate to know where my dog's gone. So very, very glad you got her back safe and sound. I will give Watson a hug. She's currently in her crate next to me, but I don't want to bother her too much, but I will do it in a bit. And Wraith Fines is just a tremendous username, has done a super chat saying, "Good morning, Johnny and Skelly pals. It is very hot here on the Front Range in Colorado. Here's your reminder to stay hydrated today. Catch you on VOD." A good reminder. Let's all have some lovely water. And let's start painting halflings. So, here are the 3 steps we need to take to start painting halflings. Step number 1, remove glasses, because I'm short-sighted. And if I try and paint with my glasses on, it hurts my eyes. Step 2, put some music on in my ears. Not too loud, otherwise I'll get a copyright takedown thing. Make sure desktop audio's not live. Great. Okay, step 3, start actually painting. So what we're going to do is I watched a tutorial on how to paint black cloth, because what I want these guys to be is not the kind of like very wholesome kind of green and yellow stripe, like very colourful lads. I want this lot to be wearing black with bits of red on them. So this is a halfling hefty here. He's kind of like a bruiser. I want to do all their cloth, all of their clothing in just black, and I'm going to do their armour in red. So, Nice Switch says, Johnny only listens to Party Hard by Andrew WK while they're painting, just on repeat the whole 4 hours. I've finally been busted. I had a good run. I'm listening to Tool right now, because I'm on a bit of a Tool kick recently. Anyway, so I was like, I don't paint black cloth that often, and I've been disappointed with the results in the past. So I looked up a tutorial. So what I'm going to do is actually paint them in... First, I'm going to cover them in black contrast paint, but with a little bit of blue mixed in to really deepen the shadows. And then I'm going to dry brush on some Dark Reaper, which is kind of like a bluish, stony grey, and then a very light highlight of this blue grey, just to kind of try and build it up a bit. Mr. Tom for the Wind says, Tool are really a band I have to be in a very specific headspace for. I know that feeling. I know it very, very well. It just so happens that at the minute I'm very much in that headspace. I'm just coming off of an absolutely enormous folk kick. I've been listening to a lot of folk, indie, kind of folk and indie, which I will mostly blame the Boy Genius, the record, the new album, for. But I'm coming off the back of that now, so at the minute I'm listening to Tool quite a bit. I'm listening to a lot of doom metal at the minute, which is just delightful. Mr. Tom for the Wind says, anyone got into Sleep Token recently? Goodness me, they are superb. I don't know them. Nice Which says, my brother showed me some creepy Tool music videos as a tween, and I've always been too scared to listen to them. They're so good. I mean, that's entirely fair. Like, I can understand not wanting to go there if you've seen the creepy videos and they're very creepy. But I think they're absolutely tremendous. This album, for me, I've actually written about this. I wrote about this on Eurogamer. This album, for me, has some very specific memories. Because when I first got the Xbox 360, I was playing a lot of Gears of War, and I realised that you could rip CDs to your Xbox and then have that music playing instead of the game audio. So I played through Gears of War like 3 times with Lateralis by Tool playing as the soundtrack. And it works really well, because it's just really good surging, driving music. But also occasionally you kick a door in just as like a song went bananas, and it felt so cool. So that's my abiding memory of Tool. Scott Perkins says, Sleep Token are incredible. Oh, Nice It says, my brother also showed me Train Spotting when I was about 7 years old. I was a very anxious child. Yeah, no kidding. Bloody hell. Ooh, apparently Sleep Token are prog metal, but they're all over the place genre-wise, and their vocalist is amazing. I've never used this contrast paint before. It's Talasar Blue. I've just popped it open. I realise I've never used it. And I don't remember buying it. I don't remember stealing it either, and I don't think I was given it. So I'm a bit confused, if I'm perfectly honest. But anyway, I've put a good couple of brushfuls of that into some Black Templar, which is my favourite contrast paint, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'm going to put one more in there, actually. So there, nobody can stop me. Mark Cohen says, is good paint. Oh, good, I'm glad. Right, I have a third one in there. Yeah, there we go, that's more blue-black. And I'm actually going to water that down a tiny bit with some Nuln Oil. Why not? EO122's in chat and says, "Hi everyone, hope all are well." Doing really well, actually, thank you. Right, I'm going to queue up Sleep Token after this. Take me back to Eden. Is it? Right, I'll play that after this this album. Ebro506 says, "A painting stream on a Tuesday? Stranger things have happened." Yeah, just it worked out better for me to stream on Tuesday this week rather than Monday. So here we are, and here we go. So we got some lovely halflings, and I'm just... Oh, I've laid that on quite thick. Just gonna slap some of that on there. Really only need to hit the cloth portions of the model. I'm not expecting this to have a massive impact on the model, because obviously I'm painting something that's already black. But what I want it to do is put some blue tones, some very cool tones into the shadows, into the recesses of the cloth, so that when I dry brush in some bluish greys, they start to kind of get picked out a little bit. That's the theory anyway. Nice thing about halflings is they are very small models, so you can really get through them. This one, you'll notice, has a ferret down his trousers. You just see that little guy poking out there? And then down by his ankle here, you can just see it catching in the light. That's a tail. And the ferret just in his trousers. Uh-oh, can hear some music, says CookieCat94. Right. I've moved the mic. Is that okay? Mithril has done a super chat saying, "Possible bad limerick time. So there's this streamer called Johnny, whose streams I find rather funny. There's also Press Any Chiodini. No, I didn't say Harry Houdini. Anyways, you're neat, take my money." That's very nice, thank you very much. And top marks for getting a rhyme out of Chiodini. Because, let's face it, there aren't that many of them. The music has gone musicy. Can you still hear it? This is the problem with me having the can headphones in rather than earbuds. But that should be alright then. That should be okay now, I think. In theory, anyway. GTO No says, "A choosing stream on a paint day." That confused the shit out of me then. Yes, it is a painting stream on a Tuesday. It's another lad with a ferret, but also a rat head impaled on his helmet. Because I bloody love Skaven. I started collecting them when I first started. They were my entry into the hobby, basically. But I have very strong opinions about the Skaven and Blood Bowl because they just aren't Skaven. They're too competent. So I'm quite pleased to have some rat catchers here, having bodied some Skaven. Nice, which says, "Can we paint shoes on any of these guys?" Or socks? Are you, I was about to say, you're not a foot person, the Nice Witch, but that's not what I mean, because obviously a foot person is very different to just, you know, someone who doesn't mind feet, or does mind feet. Are you weirded out by feet, Nice Witch? You may not want to say this, because you might be giving ammo to some people who will remain nameless, who like to antagonise you in stream chat while you're streaming. I don't know. They're disgusting long hands. I can't argue with that. That's a fair assessment. Yeah, I can't say I'm keen on feet. I'm grateful for mine getting me about the place and everything, don't get me wrong. But, Naka says, "I do often use my feet as hands." I can pick things up with my feet. It's quite useful. Like this, I'm surprisingly good at picking things up with my feet. Like perverts. That was a joke. That was a joke. I'm not here to kink shame. Sorry. Oh dear. Nearly dropped a hobbit. Halfling. Shit. Oh, Addy, are you okay's in chat? Hello, Addy. How you doing? Feels like it's been a long time. I hope you're really well. It's good to see you. And I say it feels like it's been a long time, not in a, like a, where have you been sort of way. I mean just in a, like, ah, oh, what a treat kind of way. Never any shame or judgment for living your life and doing what you need and want to do. Mark Combs says the Tolkien estate's ears just pricked up. I know. Christopher Tolkien's going to come crashing through my window at any second. I've laid this contrast on a bit thick, maybe. Oh dear! Oh no! Oh, don't come off your base, little hobbit. Halfling! Fuck! Shit! Oh god! I finally exposed the truth behind the halflings. Oh, this one's not stuck down brilliantly either. That's alright. I've gone a bit wild with the plan for the bases on these, I'll be perfectly honest with you. So I've got, I've already got like a cobbled street roller, textured roller. So I'm going to make some cobbled street bases out of green stuff, which is a 2-part epoxy putty for anyone who's wondering what the fuck I'm talking about. And I've also ordered some crushed, like tiny crushed model, like drink cans, some bricks made out of resin, some trashed oil barrels, and some sandbags. So I'm going to make it look like I'm going to paint some really just nasty back streets, basically. It's going to be very, very good fun. Nice, which says, what if we're calling them hobbits with a Z? Well, that would just make them more extreme hobbits. Which I guess would make them like tooks, right? Because, like, you know, some of the hobbits from like down the way in the Shire, they're touched in the head, mate. They'll go on water and stuff. They like boats. Wouldn't catch a normal hobbit doing that, would you? Shit, where are they from, those ones? Is it Bree? No, it's not Bree. Oh, it's going to drive me wild. Anonymous says, my micro dinged, signaling my dinner is ready, but I can't seem to collect enough energy to stand up and get it. Go get it! Go get it, Anonymous! Go get fed! You deserve it. And it's only going to get cold. I don't need to paint this one. This is the team marker, which is a hand with a sausage on a fork, but I've stuck a rat head on it because I think that's funny. Buckland, thank you very much. Keep calm and reload. Yeah, they're not right over there in Buckland, are they? Eh? Anonymous says Tooks are the only hobbits known to wear shoes. I did not know that. Isn't it canon that hobbits invented golf? I seem to remember that. Not enough skateboards in Lord of the Rings, says Nice Witch. Oh wow, Aragorn just did a melon. Okay, that's very, very, very funny. That really got me. Oh dear. I'm just using up leftover contrast paint now, to be honest with you. Just slapping it on the tree man. But I think I'm going to paint this guy up sort of like with silver, almost birchy bark, and then autumnal leaves. Just anything to avoid the sort of summery green, because I don't think that goes with this team. Because they're meant to be like horrible, threatening people. There we go, yeah! Lucas says it was when Bullroarer beheaded a goblin king and his head fell down a rabbit hole. I knew it was something to do with a head in a hole. Which presumably also inspired the Nine Inch Nails song. Pretty sure most of Nine Inch Nails' back catalogue is about Tolkien, probably anyway. Batty Wrongleg says, knocked a goblin head down a hole and ruined the countryside for everyone else. Preach. Abolish golf. Abolish. Vigo Mortensen broke his toe doing a sick kickflip over a helmet. It was a Rohan 720. Right, so you may have noticed fuck all visible difference there, but I promise you I've done a bit of painting. I'm just going to make sure, I'm going to check each one of these to make sure they're dry. They could all do with a couple more minutes, I think. Yeah, they all need a couple more minutes. Which gives me plenty of time to read out this super chat from Janos606 saying, just popping in during my 5-minute parenting break. Johnny, any chance of you introducing the Oxtra crew to Blood Bowl? Catch you all on the VODs. Believe me, I've carped on about it enough now. But they're all busy people, is the problem. I'll see it. I'll see if I can manage it, but the likelihood of converting them all to the beautiful game is low, I'm afraid. But you never know. Maybe I'll ambush them one day. Be like, hi, the doors are locked. Metal Magpie says, as Jane Douglas says, mini golf should be renamed golf, and golf renamed big golf, because mini golf is better. Cheerful Spider has done a super chat saying, hi Johnny, happy Tuesday. Story time. My apartment is long and has a single window AC. Because of the many fans circulating air so I can survive, I'm living inside a white noise machine and all my thoughts are being erased. Oh wow, yeah, that must be quite something. But I'm glad you are staying cool. That is the important thing. And that's an ingenious method of keeping that air circulating. Just keep fanning it around. I respect you greatly for it. Jordan has done, well, their first ever super chat. Goodness me. The super chat says, hi Johnny, just wanted to say how much I like you and thank you for getting me into D&D. Recently found out the shop selling Funko Pops was actually my local game store, so now I play every week. Amazing. Congratulations. Every week is pretty great. If only I could play tabletop role-playing games that often, but sadly it is but a pipe dream for me. But yeah, I'm very, very glad that you've got into D&D, and thank you very much for the super chat. That's really kind. Yeah. Right. This one, is that water? Yeah. I think I accidentally dropped some water on a couple of these models, so I'll still need them to dry. But the contrast paint has basically dried on all of these, which is great. It means I can start prepping that dry brush. Let's prep that dry brush. Which of course means a brush change. So here we are. Here is a Citadel Colour synthetic small dry brush, which I haven't used very much, as you may be able to tell. I think my old dry brush is here. And I've had this for 6 years now, and I've not taken great care of it. This thing just needs to be, it needs to be taken out back and shot in the head like Candy's dog in Of Mice and Men. Bless it, it's not very well. Also, wow, I did not clean it properly after I last used it, when I was doing a big batch painting job of something. Which you'll be able to learn about at some point. Mark Cohen says, now that's a proper dry brush. Did I miss Alex Simpkins' super chat? Yes, I think so. Hang on, sorry about that. Yes, Alex Simpkin has done a super chat saying, take some monies as an apology, as today I published 28mm scale miniatures of the Ox Venturers as the Beeples. Thanks so much, Alex Simpkin, for the super chat and for the informing me that there are now 28mm scale models of the Ox Venturers as the Beeples. That's ingenious. Good work. Well done. Alex Simpkins says, I'm sorry, Johnny. I don't think you are. I do not think you are. You've just gave me money to assuage your guilt. You effectively bought an indulgence. Heck. Well done. You're a talented miniatures sculptor, ruiner, miniatures person. Wizzyton says, "Hi Johnny, hi chat. The weather's a bit all over the place where I live right now. What's it like in London? London's not as warm as it has been, thankfully, because we got some rain, which was a blessing." Right, I'm just gonna dry. I don't think I've got enough paint on this dry brush. I have to. Oh no, we're getting there. You see the dry brush is starting to pick up sort of the raised bits. Wow, you can really see the blue in that actually. It's very blue-black. Yeah, so it rained a lot overnight and this morning, which meant that it was very humid for a lot of today, but it lowered the overall temperature, which I will absolutely take. So yeah, doing all right here in London. There you go. You can sort of see how it's picking out the cloth a bit better. So it will read as black, but it's got a bit more colour to it, and yeah, it will be blue, bluish. Janos606 says, "Right, parenting break over. See you later, Johnny and LSPs. Take care, Janos." Robert Connor says, "Can't see Johnny's face because I just got back from an ophthalmology appointment, but I could certainly hear the disappointment there." Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm just not. I think it's just I'm not that keen on the Beatles, so it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, all of these are good references. I understand what you're doing, but unfortunately, it refers to something I'm not very keen on. So that's why when they're like, "Here are the Beatles," I'm like, "Oh, tedium." I just happened to encounter a few too many people who would evangelise the Beatles in a very aggressive way when I was growing up. So it put me off them for life, basically. Here we go. I'm doing the whole batch, the whole team with this dry brushing business, but then I'm just going to pick a few models and work on those. Partly because it means you'll get to see sort of more results. Secondly, I've not done a test model or anything, so I don't want to try and do a batch of the whole team. And thirdly, I'm painting half of the models with dark skin tones and half with light skin tones, so I want to separate them out anyway because it will make the workflow a bit easier. That's come up quite nice actually. I'm going to do a second, much lighter dry brush in terms of how hard I go with it, but also in terms of the tone as well in a bit. But so far I'm quite pleased with how this is going. Iron Ambrosia says, "It's finally raining cats and dogs here in the Netherlands, so I'm happy." Good, I'm glad. I hope it's cooling you down quite nicely. Schism is just such a good Tool song. It's just very, very good. Captain Kruma says, "Hello Johnny and Skellies and everyone else. Yay Halflings, best team of them all that I've never actually won a game with." It's they are a challenge, I suspect, but they're just so much fun. I've had these on my shelf for ages and I was like, gutter bowls the time. But at the minute, in our league, one of our coaches is running Halflings. And it's really interesting because he's one of the best players in the league. He was Season 1 champion, Season 2 finalist. He played a lot as a kid, but he's also just a phenomenal player. Really great coach. And this year he's running Halflings. And he was like, "Oh, I can't wait. I'm just going to titter out and lose a bunch of games." I think he's won both of his games so far. Or at least, I think 1 win and 1 draw. Yeah, there's a win and a draw. But he's making them work. Like, a lot of them get, knocked out or injured off the pitch, etc., etc. But I think part of it is that so far, the his team, they're called the Leftovers, have faced off against redrafted teams, so their team values have been quite inflated. So he's been able to afford City Pie Whistle as a star player and Rumbelow as well. I think every match. So the star players are really, really helping. But also it's interesting to see that the Halflings in the right hands are really viable. It's been really interesting and quite fun and scary, but mostly fun. So there we go. Jazz says, also very much looking forward to seeing you in the Xbox stream on Friday, Johnny. Yes, I will be part of the Outside Xbox extra Pride stream on Friday. We're going to be playing some Jackbox games, which would be very, very nice. We're going to be raising money for charity, which is very useful. I'm not streaming myself on Thursday because I will be back at Hackney Brewery in Walthamstow in London. The High Hill Tap Room. Basically, we're taking over the brewery for a night and we're having ourselves a Mario party. And I'm going to bring a big sheet cake and some pride flags and some party hats. And we're going to have not just a pride party, but a Mario pride party. As in, we're going to be playing Mario Party, and it's going to be Pride. It's not a I'm proud of Mario party. I think you got that. I think it was clear from the context. I probably didn't need to follow up and make sure, but it should be good fun. Tickets are live now. They're still available. It's a nice night, and beer is cheap all night. It's like £3.50 pints if you get one of the core Hackney Brewery beers. And you should, because they're all fucking delicious. But there we go. So that'll be nice. Monster Noodle has done a super chat saying... Whoa, Monster Noodle's done a super chat saying, hello, an update. I got out of the hospital yesterday to find out my GP messed up and I was given the wrong medication while I was in hospital. Last few days have been exhausting. I'm glad to be here. Very glad you are here, Noodle. I'm really sorry to hear that you went through that. That sounds awful and frankly quite scary. I'm really, really sorry to hear it, but I'm glad you seem relatively okay. Yikes, I think it's safe to say. But thank you for the super chat and for checking in. It's nice to see you. Ellen Smith has done a super chat saying, catching my first live stream for ages, for real this time, unless I need to go back to the start of this stream too. You don't. How are you doing, Johnny? Did that Zoo Tycoon game I sent turn up okay? I've not received anything through the PO box in quite some time, to the point where I think they've maybe forgotten that they need to deliver things to me, because I pay a bit extra a month for them to deliver things direct to me. The PO box has been quiet for months, which makes me... first I was like, I don't think anyone's sending anything, but now it seems like Royal Mail is donked up. So I'm going to go down to the post office. I've got time tomorrow. I'm going to go see if there's anything and knock some heads together. I'm sure it'll turn up, but yes, sorry that it seems to have been gummed up in the works. And thank you in advance for the Zoo Tycoon game. That sounds very exciting. And that's very, very kind of you. And for the super chat. So yeah, watch this space, basically. CookieCat94 has done a super chat saying, be Mario, do crime? I haven't watched the Super Mario movie, so I can't tell if Chris Pratt being Mario was effectively a crime. But was it any good? Oh, Eleanor Smith says, yeah, I sent a copy of Zoo Tycoon 2 about a month ago, I think. They've stolen your mail. It will just be there at the post office, I'm sure. I've had problems with them before where I've been like, you know that you're meant to deliver this, right? I'll pop down tomorrow. Sorry about that, Eleanor. Peter Fisher says too much bisque was sent to the post box, to the PO box. I don't, yeah. I'm afraid that afraid of that being the reality, Peter, basically. Brush in some halflings. Don't call them hobbits. It's been ages since I've dry brushed. I don't tend to use it in my workflow, but it is really useful. Monster Noodle's done another super chat saying, sorry for the heavy entrance, I hope all are well. No, you don't apologise at all. It sounds like you've been through the ringer, frankly. And it's good to see you. Mario movie wasn't awful, says Catherine Redmond. Oh, good. Nice, which says, yeah, I've sent gallons of bisque and I'm surprised you've not said anything. You know how, like, when yeah. It's like, when people are hassling you, it's like, if you just ignore them, they'll go away. After the third and fourth gallon, I was a bit like, oh god, but yeah, no, I stayed strong and I didn't say anything. Took a lot of willpower. I guess this is me saying something now. EA122 says a Mario Pride party should involve a race around the rainbow track, right? Yeah, well, we were spitballing ideas of how to do a Pride gaming event at the brewery until I was like, well, why don't I just stop overthinking it, make it, get some Pride flags in, buy a big sheet cake, and we can play Mario Party. It was suggested a couple of times that we just do Rainbow Road. Just only Rainbow Road Mario Kart night. And I was like, I can't explain why, but that feels homophobic to force people to just play Rainbow Road. It's traumatic, frankly. Anonymous says, did any of the tuna chili mayo sandwiches arrive at least? No, Anonymous, actually. Fucking sandwiches. I really like the way the dry brush picks up on this t-shirt sculpt specifically. You alright there, pig? Oh, bless her. Don't ask me why my player's handbook is on the floor, but that's what she's currently doing. Oh, what's that also smells real bad. She's just let one fly. And there is a fan on the floor right next to her crate, which is blowing air straight into my face. So I've made an efficient pipeline, direct from dog's butt to my nose. So that's nice for me. The sacrifices I make. Oh, Adam Schofield says, dang it, I looked away and missed it. Hold on. Here she is, look. Look. Oh, no. No. Blech. That smells so bad. Oh. What's everyone else up to today? Is anyone crafting along today? I really haven't had much time to hobby recently. Well, I've been doing other things. I've been writing and I've been trying to avoid the heat, which mostly means avoiding staying in this room, which is where all my paints tend to be. But yeah, I want to get some more painting done soon because it is just so good for my brain when this time of year tends not to be good for my brain. Doc Zoc says, I'm doing laundry. Crimson Shadow says, attempting to write. Rob C says, working but also picking away at some witches. Nice. Carrie Choi is just reading. Defect says, once again, crafting dinner. Aaron Ambrosia says, I'm crocheting yet another frog. Oh, yes, please. That is very nice. Da-dum. Da-dum. Robert Connor says, just enjoying a day off work and a nice cup of tea. Whoa. Don't hate it. I don't hate it. Right. that's all of that dry brush done. Mel says, just out of a graduate's ball rehearsal. Congrats on finishing university, Mels. I saw that before the stream. Lots of people said congrats, but I think you may have already had to go to the rehearsal. But yeah, well done. That's fantastic. Oofed. Laura B says, I finished Tears of the Kingdom, so now looking for a book to read. Oh, good job. Catherine Redmond says, do we consider workstation reconfigure floor plans crafting? Absolutely, you're crafting a better work environment. Captain Croonboy says, just playing a bit of Bad North because does anyone actually work for the last 30 minutes of the day? No, not really. Also, Bad North's really fun. I like that game. Okay, we're going to do a very light dry brush, in theory, on this lot now. This is quite a drastically lighter blue. Oh no, that's too much paint on there. Ah. Might have to put some more Nuln Oil on that one. Really need to... Okay, I'll rescue that one in a bit. There we go, that's a bit better. Okay. Thomas Tomasi says, hey John, have you watched any Inside Number 9? I haven't, no. Is it any good? I don't watch much stuff, to be perfectly honest with you. I'm very bad at keeping up with anything. I just don't really watch much TV or many films or anything. Metal Magpie says, I'm finishing off work with some boring admin, but stream is good company. Well, hello, Metal Magpie. It's good to see you. I hope the admin's not too dull. Okay. Definitely going to have to fix the tummy on this one, but apart from that, this dry brush is going mostly okay. Really did need to be a very, very light dry brush. There we go, that's better. That's more like it. Ah, Emma Benton is in chat. Hello, Emma. I hope you are very well. Everyone be nice to Emma. Let Emma have some coffee before anyone starts badgering her about drinking enough water. Hydration is important, but so is caffeination. There we go. That's the effect I'm after. There we go. I think that'll look quite nice once everything else is painted in. Dry brushing, check it and see. Brushing a halfling, and my name is Johnny. Dirac Lotus says, but caffeination is hydration, right? Well, no, because coffee's a diuretic, which makes you pee more, which can contribute to dehydration. Nothing in this world is straightforward, unfortunately. King Kartoffel says, dry brush, threepwood. Very good. We are getting there with this lot. Oh, I completely forgot to say, by the way, Watson's test results came back. And it's inflammation. That's all it was. So, she does not have cancer, which is, oh, big ol' relief, innit? Really bloody relieved. Yeah, the vet called yesterday and was like, just keep an eye on the lump, but, you know, it's fine, basically. So, yeah, it was just basically, I think they call it a suture abscess. It's basically just an inflammation around a stitch that didn't dissolve from her last surgery. Oh, look at that one. That's the dry brush we wanted. So yeah, it's really good, especially since like she's doing so well at the minute. Like she's back to the right condition after last year's health stuff, and she's been really sweet and just like walking has a joy at the minute, and like she's been a really good dog. She's clearly just very happy at the minute. So I was really worried about putting her through another surgical procedure and basically resetting the clock on that stuff. So we're doing well. Viva Watson. Cool. One more to do. Pick up a tiny bit more of that blue. Just a smidge. Tegan Evans is in chat and says, hi everyone. Hello Tegan. Hope you're well. Right. Okie dokie. That's all that dry brushing. Done. So in theory that should be the black cloth done. I may go back in and deepen some of those shadows with more Nuln Oil or something later on, but for the time being we can move on to other things, which will be nice. Just going to wash this dry brush off. Chunky Whippet says, Viva Watson, please give Watson a TI. I'm not buying Watson a copy of Twilight Imperium. It's expensive. We've already got one. If she wants to play Twilight Imperium, she can use the one we've got. Oh, sent without finishing. Right, okay. Sorry, Chunky Whippet. I just don't think she'd be very good at Twilight Imperium, really. Ah, please give Watson a tummy patch from me. Now that I can do. She is fast asleep right now. So I won't right now, but I will in a bit. Give her some big fuss at the end of the stream. Right, let's choose some halflings to work on. I want to work on this hefty. I think it'd be fun. Oh no, wait, let's work on the other hefty. The one with the less good dry brush. Because that one's the one with a rat in his hand. And I think it'll be funny. Right. But first, we are actually going to try and do just a second run at that dry brushing. See if, I mean, if it gets worse, it gets worse. Nope, that's better. Okay. I'm going to work on this guy with a rat in his hand. This guy with a teapot in his head, because he just seems like fun. And then we'll also work on... Let's work on this guy with a rat on his helmet, shall we? A rat on his head. A rat on his head. He is a halfling with a rat on his head. Oops. Right. Where to begin? Let's start blocking in the skin. You need to be using a very small brush for basically all of this model. big these things aren't. Oh, also, I saw my mum recently, and she gave me these two things, which are... I at first, I was like, oh, you got me some sculpting tools, great. And she said, no, these have been sold to her specifically as brushes. Has anyone come across these before? Because, like... I've not... I mean, I've got sculpting tools like this, but... And I think these will actually work quite nicely as, like, highlighting detail brushes, but I've just never really seen silicon tip tools to be used as brushes. White one might be for blending, says Jazz. Oh, okay. I was just a bit confused. I was like, is someone just pulling a fast one? Or... We'll see. Yeah, Cheerful Spider says I would have called those sculpting tools. But yeah, but no, apparently they're... According to the person in the shop, they're meant to be used as painting tools. Which I found a bit weird, but... Mithril says, I've seen them for masking fluid for watercolours. Oh, maybe. Interesting. Now, what brush are we going to use? Rob C says, think they work great for blending for oils once the oils are on the model. I don't use oils. I should try. But, okay, so they're like blenders. Alright, that's useful. Yeah, I don't know if they've... I don't know how much application they'll have with, like, acrylics, but I'm certainly intrigued. Anyway, who's ready for an episode of Non-Binary Person looks through a box of paints, trying to find a paint? Because that's exactly what we're about to do. Today we're looking for Bugman's Glow or Carne Marron. We'll look for both, and also Kislev Flesh. We'll get started on the flesh tones. There's Carne Marron. And now, for the slightly harder bit, the Citadel ones. Blood Reaver Flesh, that's not the one we're after yet. There's Kislev Flesh, 2 out of 3, ain't bad. And it's a contrast paint, different paints. Rat skin flesh we actually do need. You know what, sod it. We'll go with Carne Marron. That'll be fine. Yeah, 122 says non-binary person. Fits great with the Power Rangers theme. Really does. Right, here we go. Get some... You get this sort of darker base tone down on the skin. Then we layer it up with a lighter tone, and then we'll shade it, and then we'll balance it out. Just, you know, just paint stuff, really. You can stop trying to describe your process, Johnny. I don't think anyone comes to this stream for a tutorial, do they? Oh, it's nice to paint some weird little fellas, though. One of my friends says he specifically prefers painting much smaller models. Like, his ideal size is like snotlings, which are, if you're unfamiliar with Blood Bowl, very, very small. I kind of go between. I do quite enjoy painting smaller models like this, but I don't think I could do it all the time. Oh, some of you do actually come here to Learning. Oh, that's nice. there's the halflings in Blood Bowl have such horrible weathered faces. There was a discussion about halflings yesterday on Johnny Keogh Discord, our Discord server, and somebody described them as just like the most Brexity of Blood Bowl models, and they really, really are. It's quite unsettling, to be honest with you. But that's partly why I jumped at the chance to paint these up as like inner city scamps. I'm going to thread the needle a bit on this though. I don't want to... Yeah, that'll do. There's a very thin bit of flesh here. Of belly between the shirt, trousers, braces and ferret. I don't want to ignore, but it's tricky to get in there. I'll try and paint up the ferret like a classic polecat, because they are just the best. I used to have 2 polecats. My partner and I had 2 ferrets called Hungry Joe and Navidson. A long time ago now. Got them in 2007. They lived to be 8.5. They were lovely. Navidson was a little bastard actually, but a delightful little bastard, so we can forgive him. Lillian LePain says, isn't it traditional to have the ferrets down the trousers? I don't really know where the whole ferret down the trousers thing came from. Ferrets will occasionally try and get up a trouser leg, but that's just because they like exploring. They are such inquisitive animals. They're kind of like permanent kittens. They've always got that kind of playful, inquisitive thing about them. But I think they really enjoy being in enclosed spaces. Like, they used to do this honest to goodness like magic trick where you'd see a ferret. I distinctly remember watching I had a sock on the floor and one of the ferrets crawled into it, and so literally the ferrets went like zup, and then the sock went whip whip, literally moved that little, and then suddenly the ferret's nose was poking out the top of the sock. It got in there and turned around completely in like a split second, and the sock just went like whip whoop. It was brilliant. Really, really, like, I'm never tired of seeing it, basically. Mel says, are ferrets good pets or annoying bastards? They are interesting. Like, they are exotic animals, and you need to be prepared for the responsibility. Because they are, like I said, incredibly inquisitive. That makes them very, very good at accidentally getting themselves into situations that will kill them. They do smell. For the most part, actually, I quite like the smell. It's kind of like a weird sweet musk, like if a predator was sweating honey. But also when they're pissed off, or feeling threatened or whatever, they can produce a bad smell. We used to call it the bad smell, and it's effectively the same as skunk spray, and it is horrible. It's like if poo learned how to feel emotions and express them through changing its scent, that one would be blind rage. Like, it smells like angry shit. But they are also really loving and nice, and like, you need to put in the work to make sure that they're properly socialized, well handled so they don't bite and all that kind of stuff. So they're a lot of work, but they're also really, really lovely. Like, I adore them. So but to each their own, They're not for everyone. But we had a very nice time with ours. They were just really sweet. There are two ways you can build the ferret that's down the trousers here in this on these models. Actually, one of them has a little scarf. It's really cute. I didn't use it because it didn't look sort of like. I want this lot to look nasty basically, and it looked too cute. But it's very cool. Little ferret in a scarf. What could be nicer? Two ferrets in two scarves. You're right. Buddy Wrongleg says, what if cat but long and on cocaine? Yeah, that's kind of a ferret. In a nutshell, really. We'll try and do a second coat on this foot. And then on the face. This one's got really prominent teeth in that kind of like, again, that sort of jolly rural England sort of way that I think the Halflings really riff off very, very successfully. Nice Rich says, every British old man pub has a man sat in the corner with at least one ferret in his pocket. When I was at uni, there used to be a guy who would go around Covent Garden with a ferret in the hood of his jacket, just like hanging out. They would sleep a lot during the day. That's another thing about ferrets, is they are crepuscular. So they are very awake at dusk and dawn, which can be challenging, we'll say, if you like to, what do you call it, sleep, you know? Ooh, Alex Simpkins says, off to my local board game cafe to GM a session of Gravity Rip. Have a lovely time, Alex. I hope they really enjoy it. It's such an elegant game. I really love it. Luke really understood, like, how to translate that kind of classic F-Zero feel to a tabletop RPG. It's just brilliant fun. Yeah, big fan. Paint this dude's face. That's a bit patchy, but we're going to do a second coat, so it's fine. Look at this smug bastard. Ooh. Cheerful Spider says, Luke Westaway is disgustingly talented. He is just exceptionally good at things, isn't he? It's very funny, great musician, great writer, great role player. Turns out great tabletop game designer. And just really bloody nice to boot. It's lovely. He's a very, very caring man. He also has this amazing ability to calm me down if I am het up. Not by being like, let's talk about this, but by literally talking to me about anything else. Like, he's like a horse whisperer if I were a horse. Like, there have been times, I think it was before our first Oxventure live show post-pandemic, I was obscenely nervous, like really bad, like really just anxious. And I remember I was at the XL Centre, like looking out the window over the river and just being very anxious, and Luke just came up and started talking to me about, I can't even remember what it was, it might as well have just been buses, and I was just like, ah, and suddenly it was just like, just calm, just absolutely fine. Just came up and distracted me by just starting a conversation about something quite innocuous, and just the calm radiating off him, I was just like, oh no, I can do this actually, this is absolutely fine. It was, like pitch perfect support. It was incredible, absolutely incredible. A tremendous man. I think these models are going to come out quite nicely. That's my hope, anyway. As opposed to the other times when I've painted where I'm like, I hope this comes out awful. It's a bit tricky having to paint so carefully around the cloth, but so far, knock on wood, it's going all right. Oh, painting's nice. Painting's very nice. I need to... Sometimes I move my paint set up to the living room because it tends to be a bit cooler. And also I feel like I'm not squirreling myself away. And spending hours and hours and hours like effectively hiding from my partner. So I might, once this stream is done, go post up in the living room and paint in there for a bit. I'd like to finish up the mangler squig at some point, so that'd be nice. Aidan says it's always a surprise to come out of the dark of the XL Centre halls to the shimmering Albert Dock. It was so weird when we did the MCM show last month, very recently. We'd finished the show and we'd had a sort of post-show debrief, and I was quite tired, and we were all just like, all right, let's get out of here. And we went outside, and I was like, oh, it's daylight. It felt like it was like about 10 at night, and it was like, oh no, it's blazing sunshine. How about that? It's very odd. I used to get that when I worked at ITN, which is Independent Television News, not IGN, whereby because I worked in the basement, and it always, like, the air conditioning was always set to Arctic hate crime. Like, it was so cold in there that no matter the weather, you had to have a jumper with you. I was always taking a jumper to work, and people were like, are you balmy in the summer? It's like, no, I need this. But some days, if it had been a long day, I'd be getting out of work and I'd be like, it'll genuinely be being like, oh, what do I want for dinner? It's like, oh, you know what? I just want some stew. And I'm going to get under the covers and I'm going to, you know, watch an episode of something and just get cozy. And then I go outside and it would be like 30 degrees. It's like, oh yeah, it's the summer. I completely forgot. And I was like getting whiplash every single day. It was, the cognitive dissonance was bananas. Ed 2003 WRX says, is that where you met Ian? No, I didn't meet Ian until I started at Eurogamer. Ian didn't work at ITN. It's where I met a lovely man named Nathaniel, who I co-presented Game On with, and he basically taught me how to edit video / how to present, etc, etc, and basically helped launch my entire career, which was nice of him. Because he didn't have to do that, but he bloody well did. I'm painting this little guy's tummy. Bit more tummy there. There we go. Tiny bit more tummy. Oops. That's okay. Jazz says, I just remember the other day I saw a video of you and Jane from 12 years ago. Jane looks exactly the same. You mean I don't? What are you talking about? The last 12 years haven't aged me. God, it has been 12 years since I started at GameSpot. Holy shit. That's terrifying. Ascending to the Depth 7 says, gotta go. Have a great time, everyone. Happy painting, Johnny. thank you very much for being here, and take care of yourself. Have a lovely rest of your day. The beard. Yes, that's right. I didn't have a beard. I remember now. Yes. Yes, there we go. And the long hair. The look of existential dread. Probably all the tattoos as well. Yeah, okay, right, fine. Yeah. Okay, touche. Ah, Ruth Adamson says, I just got in. Met a cat outside, which let me pet it. Very pleasing. Delightful. Shout out to that cat. What a nice cat. Right, here's your face. Here's your face. Let's paint your big nose. Not much else is really visible there. Right. Okie dokie. Bit more flesh. Oh. It's got to get his little feet. Echoes Raven says, do the nights in London get dark in summer? Excuse my ignorance, haven't been there in peak of summer. Yeah, they do. I mean, you know, we're relatively far north, but not so far north that it, like... I'd say in the peak of summer, like, it gets dark, but it's not, like, true dark. It's not like the true dark of winter, but also it's still pretty dark. Jazz says, is working with Jane how you got into DMA Oxventure. I actually don't know how it came about. So it happened. It was going to be a one-off thing. Basically, Outside Xbox had just hit 2 million subscribers, and they were planning ways to celebrate, and lots of people have been asking them to try D&D, and so it was Luke actually who emailed me after a meeting being like, would you be up for running D&D for us? And I was like, yeah, I'll give it a go. And so we did. We filmed it, and we were like, that was fun. And we're like, oh, if we ever do that again, maybe that'd be a giggle. I had no idea it was going to go that far. Because 6 years on, here we still are. So yeah, that's it was basically it was a thank you video to subscribers that got massively out of hand. It was good fun. Thank goodness it did. It still is good fun. Sorry, I don't want to say it in the past tense. It was good fun. Now I hate it. Not true. Eleanor Smith says, oh God, has it really been 6 years? I feel old. Yep. There were kids who hadn't even been born when the Oxventure had launched, and now they're all off at university and they've got jobs. Terrifying. Right, there we go. There's that. That's sort of our base tone. So we're going to then layer that up, and then we'll shade it. Defect says, so when you hit 2 million, it will be a list stream. Will I ever hit 2 million? No. I'm not even at 25k, and it's been 2 years. Which I'm fine with, really. It's quite nice to have a small but dedicated audience. I mean, I've never had to put slow mode on in my chat, which is just nice. Oh, oh no, Bristolian Stag Beetle says, "Oh my god, a third of my life has been spent with Oxventure. Oh, I'm gonna crumble into dust." Right, I need the toilet, so I'm just gonna go pee. Should we? Do we want a 5-minute break? We've only been going an hour and a quarter. I can either just pee and come straight back, or we can have a little. Web Giant says, "Johnny, you've been doing this for 2 years." Yeah, it was 2 years in April. Terrifying. You know what? I'll just pee real quick. I'll be right back. Hi everyone. Great, Watson farted again and then left the room. Tremendous. Absolutely tremendous. Eleanor Smith says, "Flipping heck, that was fast. I'm built for speed." And yes, I wash my hands before anyone starts. Right then. Let's get some Kislev flesh on the pallet. Oh yeah, I remember. I had to rescue this Kislev flesh. It's a bit goopy. We'll be alright. Okie dokie. We can afford to be a bit rough and ready with this layer because I'm going to shade this flesh, but we're just avoiding the deepest crevices in the model and just painting the rest in a lighter flesh tone. So see there, let's try and sort of exaggerate the musculature a bit. Goonigan says, "One of Wobbletron's legacies." Ah, Wobbletron. You were marvellous until you weren't, and also, fuck you for that time with the beer. No, I shouldn't blame Wobbletron. Wobbletron was a good vortex mixer. Wobbletron just gave up the ghost too soon. Hello, Kimberly Allen. I hope you are well. It's nice to have a bit of company at work. It's been tough since the person sharing an office with me left, but I'm glad to have someone with me. I'm sorry to hear that person left, but glad to provide some company. I'm going to see how I feel tomorrow, but because I'm not streaming on Thursday, because I'm going to be at Hackney Brewery, check my Twitter or the Hackney Brewery website for details. I'm going to be playing some Mario Party. I was thinking about maybe doing a... Oh, no, wait. What do I have to do tomorrow? I was going to nip to the post office, but... No, I think I'm free. I was thinking about doing a stream tomorrow in the daytime as kind of like a co-working thing, because I need to get some writing done. And I thought maybe if I stream myself writing, obviously not showing what I'm writing, but it might push me to stay at my desk a bit longer. We will see. I will either announce that or I won't tomorrow. I'm going to say too much. I'm going to build up everyone's expectations, but we will see. But yes, it's good to have people alongside you while you work. I find it very useful. I've co-worked a bit with a couple of friends in the area, and it's just very handy. I should have really mixed this Kislev flesh in with the dark flesh, because it's quite a jump. But I really do think that the flesh shade will help with that, so we should be alright. Coming together bit by bit. Eleanor Smith says, if you write, does that mean that all who are avoiding it have to write too? Not necessarily, but it might be good for you. You never know. It's an open invitation to co-work, basically. This is such a light paint. I haven't used it in a while. That looks awful. Trust the process, Johnny. It will be fine. Mel says, alright, off to sleep as a free from uni part-time man. Enjoy the rest of the stream, LSPs. Take care, Mel. Sleep well. And congrats again on finishing uni. That is fantastic. I have to say, like... Because, obviously, you go through school and you live your life with an academic year starting in the autumn and then summer being the end of that year and stuff. And New Year's Eve, January the 1st, it didn't really have that big of an impact on me growing up. And the same at uni. Now that I'm number of years out from formal education and higher education, it's really funny how little I remember the academic year sort of times when people are like, I just finished school. I'm like, did you? Now? When? Oh yeah, summer. Like, it really takes me a minute every single time to be like, of course, this is when the academics stops. The academics stops? I need to go back to fucking school. But yeah, it's a funny one. Right, well, that's the end of that Tool album. Let's try this sleep token everyone's been talking about. See what the cool kids are listening to. In their Oodies with their electric scooters and their elf bars. Right. Getting there. It's quite nice to just smash through some models again. Like, I'm being careful about what I'm doing, but I'm not trying to paint this to, like, you know, competition standard or anything. Emma Benton says, "Ooh, Sleep Token." I yeah, I mentioned I was listening to Tool earlier, and Mr. Tom for the Win recommended this album, so I'm listening to it now. Bismuth says, "Have you given Spanish love songs a try?" I fucking love Spanish love songs. Brave Faces Everyone is one of my favourite albums at the moment. It's just so good. Bleak, but in a really rewarding way. I'm listening to a song called Chokehold. So far, it's not what I expected, but I don't dislike it. Anonymous says, "Maybe I should boot up Frostpunk so I get to cool off vicariously by watching my survivors in the chill." Right. Welcome to Non-Binary Person Looks Through a Box of Paints. Today we're looking for a shade, actually. Reikland Flesh shade if we can find it. Although I think I'm running out of that stuff. I know I am. Or I think I've got Targol Raid shade. I don't know. Let's have a look. Oh, or Berserker Bloodshade. Sure, why not? Now this is one of the new formulation shades, which means I don't like it. But actually, no, they're fine if you just dilute them with water. So that's fine. Ah, Chaos Goblin has done a super chat saying, "Celebrating my dog Stitch, playing with a strange dog for the first time since we got attacked twice in 2020. Bloody hell. I hope everyone's having as good of a Tuesday as we are. Thanks for the company while we track the fields." Congratulations, Chaos Goblin. That must feel like an absolutely enormous milestone. I'm very sorry to hear that your dog was attacked twice. But it's really good that you've turned that corner now. That's fantastic. And long may it continue, quite frankly. Well, that's a very dark shade. It's very dark, that. Let's definitely water this down a good bit. Urusma says, Urusma says, "Afternoon all. Johnny, I'm trying to convince some friends to pick up Blood Bowl with me. Do you have a good place to compare the teams to pick from?" I think if you search like Blood Bowl team tiers, because basically Blood Bowl teams are separated into 3 different tiers, and what those tiers mean is like how beginner friendly they are, but also like basically how good they are. Blood Bowl is a game that is deliberately unbalanced. Like, so tier 3 teams are like ogres and noblars, who are just like really fallible. I think halflings are tier 3 as well, whereas your tier 1 teams are things like dwarves, wood elves, Norse. Like, there's a bunch of tier 1 teams and stuff like that, but basically, like, you can think of it as like tiers being basically how forgiving it is if you make a mistake. If you make a mistake with a tier 1 team, you've got a pretty good chance that you can find your feet again and get back to the game, and it won't punish you that hard. Tier 3 teams, if you fuck up, it's bad, and you are very likely to fuck up. So it's really like, and it's fun, don't get me wrong, because that game is chaos, and ultimately, because the dice introduce such a random element, any team can beat any other team. But it's worth taking it's worth bearing the tiers in mind so that you don't end up getting frustrated. Because if people are out there, if everyone's playing a tier 1 team and they're out there doing competent stuff, and one person is left behind with a tier 3 team that are just eating shit every match, it's likely they'll get frustrated, and that's understandable, but it might sour them on the experience. So I would say look at the tiers first, and then start looking at the teams themselves. Because basically, once you understand what the different stats are in Blood Bowl, which are like movement, strength, armor value, which is how easy they are to injure, basically, you'll start to get a feel for which teams are more... Oh, agility and passing. You'll get a feel for which teams are more like bashy and are strong in defense, and which teams are more like nimble and running around and all that kind of stuff. And then pick one that appeals to you, basically. That's the best way I could describe it. Nice Witch says, hello, I had to go make food. What did I miss? Anything weird? Not really, I went for a wee. Did some painting. Just streaming stuff, really. Right. What next? I mean, I need to layer up that skin some more, but actually first I'm going to block in some other details. So we need a brown for that leather. We need red for the armour. We need a metal for this pot on his head. I'm going to do the Skaven head separately. Yeah, we can get there with these. Nice, which says, okay, so not weird enough, I'm hearing. No, pretty much no. It's been pretty calm around him, pretty regsy. Sorry to disappoint. Yeah, let's block in some other colours. So, let's see. Got Screaming Skull, that's good. Welcome to Non-Binary Person Looks Through a Box of Paints. Today, we're just browsing. We're just browsing. Looking at some stuff. Here's the pale sand, everybody's favourite. There's some beastly brown, which is very useful for leather. We're also going to dig out the Steel Legion drab, also useful for leather. And then we need a darker brown. Ideally Rhinox hide, but where is it? Maybe I should grey that whole time. Oh gosh. You know, I get serious when I put the box in my lap. Ah, well I've been not looking. Garena Rain has summoned the blood pear. What's the blood pear? I'm so upset you asked. The blood pear is a pear, which is a piece of fruit with which many of you will be familiar. I can already feel that some of you are typing, a pear of what? As a fun little joke. But basically, this pear in particular is different to other pears in that it has arms and legs and a face. And it has, in its hand, a mug. And in that mug is a very... Son of a bitch, it was on my desk the whole time. Very viscous red fluid, which puts me in mind of blood. I'm not saying I can prove it in a court of law that this pear has done a horrible crime, but that's what I fear. Fear that that pear has hurt somebody very badly and collected their blood. Oh, we didn't get any reds out. Which is very troubling. I think you'll agree. But Garena Rain has just summoned the pear nonetheless. Thank you, Garena. It's terrifying. Right. We're going to do the shoulder pads in red. So we're going to do heavy red, then Mephiston red, and then a very light highlight with one knockout round. But also, we're going to start doing the leather details. I think this is going to be fun. Okie dokie. Let's start with the red. Keep Calm and Reload says, are we sure we are the ones to summon the pair and it's not the pair that summons us? Oh god. Do not send to ask for whom the pair tolls. It tolls for thee. No, send not to ask. Nearly, Johnny. That was nearly a very good joke. Oh well. Green Rain says, accessory after the fact? Oh no. God, that would be upsetting. Watered that down a little bit too much, haven't I? Hello, Watson. You back to fart again? He's going to keep torturing me with horrible farts today. Probably. I told you to get out of that pond, and I told you not to drink it. Did you listen? You did not. Yeah, okay. Now with that pop of colour, suddenly this shirt started to make more sense. I'm going to have fun with this team. Exciting. Cool. That'll layer up quite nicely, but for a base coat, that's okay. Let's do the other shoulder. Good fun. Oh, and they've got knee pads. Knee pads. Oh, it's nice to be painting again. Why don't I do this all the time? It's amazing how easy it is to fall out of the habit of doing things that we really enjoy. I guess I was feeling mildly uninspired. Like, I've had this Halfling team on my shelf for almost a year. And then there was the announcement yesterday, and I was like, I'm assembling it! So I put it together immediately. And I'm having a great time. I guess sometimes you just need that extra creative spark, don't you? Yeah, I think this team's going to look nice once it's done. And it's going to look... They're not going to look like your cuddly normal flings, which is what I'm after. Sleep Token, so far, 3 tracks into this album. Not what I was expecting. Not unpleasant, but it's not... I wouldn't say I'm falling in love with it immediately. I'm listening to a song called Granite, which kind of reminds me a bit of Don Broco. Peregrine Ashland has done a super sticker of the pair. The pair is put away the mug for reasons unknown and is blowing kisses. It's like, mwah! Mwah! And there's a little cloud of hearts that pop up with every kiss. That's very nice. Thank you very much, Peregrine Ashland. May the pair provide also you with kisses. That sounded quasi-religious, which was not my intent. Right, sleep token. I'm on board. But right now, it's not what I need. I need something doomier. So, it's Bell Witch time. I will return to that album later, I am sure, but right now I just need something more boo in my head. So, on this helmet, I'm going to do a stripe of red down the middle, but leave the rest of it black. Well, maybe I'll do the other side as leather, actually. No, black. I want them to be all like... I want them to look like they're trying to look tough. Just Manbun says, have you heard of Heilung? Yes, I have. I like them a lot. They're very good fun. I remember I discovered them when I watched a video of them performing Kriegsgelder at Castlefest, I think. Basically, the recording they did for Lifa, the live album. And I sent that YouTube video to my friend, and I was like, I cannot believe I've never heard of this band before. And my friend shot back, I can't believe you're not in this band. And I was like, okay, touche. They're very me. Hey! Chris McLeod is on a super chat saying, just want to thank you for getting me on the Bellwitch and Greenlung wagons recently. You are very welcome. They're nice wagons. I enjoy them very much. Right. Starting to get a picture of what this team's going to look like. And they look sufficiently... I think once I've got all the ruined, cobbled street stuff down, I think they're going to look very funny. I'm excited. I'm excited about this paint project. Ooh, Just Man Bun says I got to go to their after party and meet them when they came to Oz. Fancy. I've never been to see them. I thought about picking up tickets when they last played the UK, but I am very, very bad at going, like, being able to go to gigs at the minute. I've stopped buying gig tickets because it's not even 50-50 on the day whether I'll wake up and be able to go. It's more like 70% I won't be able to go. Just my brain has a real block on it at the minute. And like, was it last? I think it was last year. I bought and missed I bought tickets and missed out on so many gigs that it just really, it was just upsetting by the end. Where the night before I'd be like, I can't wait. I'm going to get a good night's sleep. I'm going to wake up in the morning and then, you know, have my day. And then in the evening I'm going to treat myself by going and seeing. And some of these were like my favourite bands in the world. And then I'd wake up and be like, oh no, I'm not going. I can't make it. So, so yeah, I didn't buy tickets for that. Also, the tickets were quite expensive, and I was like, well, I don't know. But yeah, either way, it was annoying. But so it goes. I think everyone's still recovering to some extent from their own experiences with like lockdown and stuff. And that was a big one for me. Although, the first gig I went to after the UK had locked down for COVID was Amigo the Devil, which was coincidentally the last gig I went to before lockdown began. And oh, I cried my eyes out. It was so cathartic. It was amazing. Just standing there, just bawling my eyes out. Which was probably pleasant for everyone standing near me. Not sorry. Right. Do you have a knee pad? Yes, you do. Starting to come together. They're like dangerous little fellows. Ooh, Jess says I'd never been to a big concert before this year. I saw Paramore in Dublin and it was amazing. Very nice. Neko the Kitty says, well, Skellies, I must away to a continuing legal education seminar in a few minutes. Everyone stay cool and make chaotic choices. You too, Neko the Kitty. Take care of yourself. Thanks for stopping into the stream. As ever, good to see you. We are getting there. It does feel weird to be painting up a team for a tournament that's not going to happen until December, but also it feels quite nice. I mean, the Imperial Knobs that I've been painting up, the Orcs, I started those months ago, last year maybe, or at the start of this year, and I'm not going to use them until next January, so... Ruth Adamson says, still swithering about going to see The Who on Thursday. Oh, that would be lovely, though. What a band. I think it'd be very cool to see that, like, how they put everything together live. I like them a lot. But then also, gigs can be a lot, so you don't have to put yourself through them. It is up to you. Ooh. Crack, crack, crack. Right, I'm going to do a second coat of that red on all these models to start building it up a bit more, and then I'm going to mix in a brighter red and start layering it up a bit. Then we got to do the leather, And then we've got to layer up the skin, and then apart from the extra wrap bits that are kind of on here, oh, and the gloves on this guy, sort of getting there, nearing, not nearing completion actually, but turns out with all the cloth done, these models are relatively straightforward. It's good. So how was everyone's weekend? Did everyone have a nice time? I had a colossal panic attack on Saturday, which was interesting. And then Sunday I played some Blood Bowl. So swings and roundabouts. Had a great nap after the panic attack though, because let me tell you, having one of those makes you real sleepy. Once it's over, the crash is extreme. Yeah, it sucked. Cookie94 is down a super chat saying, in early The Who gigs, their drummer would sometimes go on stage dressed in nothing but a layer of blue paint. He didn't do it too often, only once in a blue moon. Oh, thank you so much for that, Cookie94. Well, it was deft, wasn't it? Well done. Nice Rich says, post-panic attack nap always hits so good. Damn right. Nice Rich knows what's up. Ugh. Nice Rich says, I just love naps. Me too. Oh my god, I love them so much. I feel like I'm really good at them as well. Like, I'm really good at napping. Ooh, Eleanor Smith is doing an art course on Saturdays at the moment. That sounds nice. What kind of art is it? Is it digital, traditional, like drawing, painting? Bit of everything? I think it's very nice. I need to get back to photography, but I'm a bit worried my film camera's broken, because I've had 2 reels of film now come back blank. But I've had other reels come back fine, and it's not the settings, because I've been careful, and I don't know what's going on. But it's really annoying, basically. Ooh, nice. Which is sometimes I won't even nap. I'll just have a lovely lie down. I deserve it. I have a nice lie down quite often as well. I have to be quite careful though when I do it, especially if I'm streaming later that day, because if I'd mistime it, I'm sleepy before the stream, and that's not good. I've started having a little coffee before the stream these days. Pep me up a bit. Keep Going Reload says, ever played nap roulette? You go nap and don't set an alarm. Is it going to be 10 minutes or 4 hours? Who knows? That's the only way I nap. Yeah, I nap exclusively by playing nap roulette. I guess some days if I'm streaming later, I will set an alarm, but most of the time I'm like, nah. Because I can nap for 5 hours and still get to sleep fine that night. It's pretty great. I had a 3-hour nap yesterday. It was pretty good. I mean, there was one time when I'd taken time off work, and I was looking for. Literally was like the nap. I was like, I can't wait to have the nap later this week. I'm gonna have such a big nap, And then I accidentally slept for 12 hours. And I woke up and I was like, oh no, the nap. What if I can't have the nap? So I got up for an hour, had some breakfast, and then I dug out the weighted blanket to turbo mode me into the nap. And then I slept for 6 hours. It was fucking amazing. And there was a 19-hour period in which I was asleep for 18 of them, you know? What a dream. An absolute delight. Just really good at them. Really good at them. So those are our base colours in there. I'm actually going to block in the brown for the leathers before I start layering up that red. Just really want to get the base colours in. James M says, I've heard so much about weighted blankets. Are they better for sleeping? They're just very calming. Like, they give you what's called proprioceptive feedback. And it's kind of like swaddling a baby. Basically, it's just very calming to have, like, because a lot of weighted blankets have tiny glass beads in them. And so the blanket forms to your shape, but also provides pressure. And it's just really calming. So then that helps send me off. They're just very, very good. I wouldn't say they're specifically better for sleeping. I like to nap under them, but they're also just like, they're just chill. But I think they would prevent you from rolling over quite so much at night, which can have its own, you know, not issues, but it can be its own thing. So, we'll see. Skills loading is on super chat saying, was at work during the Killer Frequency stream. So I couldn't say it then, but thanks for the awesome entertainment as I refelted a shed roof this weekend. Working again, so catch you on the VOD. Thank you very much, Skills Loading. Yeah, that stream was really lovely, actually. It kind of, out of nowhere, felt very special. Like, just because I think it was the game was so good, I was like, well, I don't want to finish. And then we, sorry, I don't want to stop. Well, I don't want to finish the stream without finishing the game. So we went for bloody ages, but I think everyone was just so caught up in the game itself, me included, that it just turned into a really good one. So yeah, thanks all for sticking with me on that one. It was really nice to like go the extra distance because we were excited, you know? It just felt good. Here, Watson's snuffling after something. I don't know what. Maybe a treat. Cheerful Spider has done a super chat saying, still have huge shame for this. As a teenager, I worked in a photo lab and didn't know there were some kinds of film canisters we couldn't develop. Found out by wiping someone's whole roll. It happens. You didn't know. And if it was a specialist canister, you know, shouldn't they have checked? Let that one go. They probably don't even remember. It's fine. But yeah, I can see how that would stay with you. But let it go. You have my permission. Since apparently I'm giving out indulgences today, you have my permission. Go with skeleton. Need a better benediction, really, don't I? If I'm really going to take on the Catholic Church. Well, this guy's got braces, and a belt. Living fancy, this halfling. Look at that. Look at that. Said I want an outfit. Person in the shop was like, do you want belt or braces? And the halfling replied, yes. Okay. They're going to take some layering up, those leather details, in order to stand out properly against all that black. Jazz says braces are absolutely a fashion statement to me. He wanted to look good. Fair. Entirely fair. There you go. Oh, it's nice to just push through some models. I haven't done this in a long time. It's been nice to slow my roll and really increase my try and improve my painting quality, but sometimes it is nice just to make progress. Painting is fundamental. Now this one's just wearing braces. How fascinating. I suppose the belt would hurt the ferret that's in his trousers. How thoughtful. Oh yeah, let's do those bits as well. EA122 says, cooking to a painting stream is very soothing. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Sounds nice. Sounds like good fun. Not sure what to have for dinner tonight. Trying to make my mind up. We ordered in a curry a while ago, and I ordered something that wasn't spicy enough. Since then I've been like, no, I want to destroy my mouth. Like, I really need a spicy curry. But like, I keep dithering over whether or not tonight's the night. Just be like, do I want it now or do I wait and make it an end of week treat? It's difficult. Hard to know. Because like, I'm talking about eating like a naga. Like, this isn't me being like, whoa, 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 like, I'm well hardcore, I eat really spicy curries, but like, there's a place near me that does like a lamb silheti naga that is like a quasi. I'm salivating thinking about it. It's almost a religious experience. Like, it's so good. But also, it's kind of like, it's kind of like driving a car into a tree because they've got the good drugs at the hospital, you know? Like, it's a bit like, when's a good time for that? When can I fit that into my schedule? You know what? I've just decided I'm going to save it, because if I'm already salivating, by the end of the week, I'm going to be yeah. I'm going to wait. Astral Sky says, hello all, I haven't caught one of these in a long time due to my horrible sleeping habits, but I do enjoy listening watching. I will now probably draw my lesbian Goliath Paladin Warlock. Well, that sounds like a great thing to be drawing. Very nice. And also, hello! It's nice to see you. I hope you're well. Right. What's next? Let's start layering up those reds. Why not? Let's get some Mephiston red in there. Nice witch, you're very funny. You make me laugh. Right. Just banged a slightly lighter red into the mix there. So we're going to do a second coat of red in a slightly smaller area. So like for example on the helmet here, I'm going to avoid the edges of said helmet. In theory, anyway. We'll see how that dries. It's a little bit sloppy in there, it looks like. Nah, we can get away with that. Not trying to win the golden demon. Mephi to go's in chat. Hello, Mephi. How are you doing? I hope you're very well. We're painting some halflings. But they're not very nice halflings. So I'm doing them all in moody colours. I think this is the darkest I've painted a Blood Bowl team, actually. I sort of didn't understand how to layer up dark material before, so I sort of avoided doing it as much as I could. I'm a bit more confident these days. Tell you what I've completely forgotten to do is paint any of the knee pads with this second colour. Do that now, and then go back in for this one. Here we go. There we are, that's a bit better. Tegan Evans says, everyone is now just arriving. Oh yeah, hello everyone. Seems like a few of you have just popped into chat. How are you doing? I hope everyone is well. Things are fine here. What have we discussed so far? I haven't discussed butts this week, if anyone was wondering. Basically just talked about painting some halflings and a couple of bands. That's probably about it, isn't it? That's the headlines. Adam Schofield says, well, VOD Squad, for the rest of it I have to go do adult things like find a better job. Wish me luck. Good luck, Adam. I sincerely hope you do find a better job and that the search isn't too exhausting. Because it can be. You go out there and you get the job you want and deserve. And have a lovely rest of your day. I'll catch you on VOD Squad. In fact, if you're watching this now, hello. I'm going to do a little pin wash on this red. I want it to be darker and I want to build it up again. Jazz says, is butts a talking point staple here? It was. Like, it used to be that pretty much every stream we found a way to talk about butts, but I feel like that's lessened somewhat of late. Not, I hasten to add, because I'm growing up, or anyone around here is growing up, but we just sort of stopped talking about them quite so much. We once had a very, very long conversation about who had the best butt in Lord of the Rings. But maybe we peaked. Maybe that was it. Maybe that was our moment, you know? It's hard to tell. But that's okay, you know? People move on. They talk about other things. Right, so I'm popping some watered down Agrax Earthshade into this. Now, I just want to put some grime into it so I can then build the colour back up from. Oh, completely missed a bit of skin there. That's annoying. On that heel. I'll rectify that later. Bugger. Oh god, it's 6:15. I've completely blasted through without going on break. Right. Well, let me just splash a bit more Earthshade onto this here halfling. We need to let that dry for a few minutes, but you know what? Now's as good a time as any to have a 5-minute break. 5 to 7 minutes. We'll see. See how long we go. So, you know the drill. You thirsty? Do you need to get up and stretch? If you've not done that in a while, that's a good idea. Check your posture. If you need a snack, go get a snack. If you're too warm or too cold, you know, do something to rectify it. Basically, just look after yourself for the next 5 to 7 minutes. Have a think about what you need and then see if you can go and facilitate those needs. If you're not going anywhere because you are already replete, there will be some smooth jazz and a picture of my dog. So I will be back in about 5 minutes, and I will see you then. Be right back. 'Cause we all just wanna be big rock stars with 15 houses, drive 15 cars. If something gonna something that Playboy bunny with a 15 hair. Don't know why. Don't know why. But I hope you enjoyed that. There you go. Probably scared the shit out of some of you. Surprise Nickelback. Never a nice way to come back to a stream, is it? Tegan Evans says, what? I just sometimes just get the urge to... Wait, so the thought process there was like, oh, I'm about to go back live. Better make sure my mic isn't live now. Make sure it goes live when I go back. And then I was like, oh, I remember... Do you remember the time when I deliberately left my mic running and started singing Nickelback just so I thought it was funny, and then I was like, well, why not do that again? And that's why I sang that little bit of Nickelback for you all. I'm layering up the armour on this here halfling, which already looks better and more in line with what I wanted, which I am pleased with. Should really put some music on, because now I've just got fucking Nickelback in my head. Happy Bob says it's 2:53 AM here. Far too early for any Nickelback. Yes, that's fair. Apologies. Stuck some Thrice on, because why not? Cannot believe The Artist in the Ambulance is 20 years old, though. That album is so good, but 20 years old? Oh no. That's terrifying. Saw Thrice touring this album the day I got my GCSE results. Absolutely terrifying. Right. That's the red layered up. Not to its fullest extent, but I'd like to work on some other bits before I return to it. Specifically the leather again. I need to lighten that up quite a bit. Sarah Burke says, okay, I have to ask, what's wrong with Nickelback? Nothing. I just don't like them that much. Like, they're fine, but... What's going on there? Sorry. That's really weird. I think it's just my beard, but in the picture-in-picture on my computer, it looked like there was something wrong with my face. It looks like I've got a blemish. But I haven't, really. It's just... Don't mind me, just having an existential crisis about my face. What's going on there? What is happening? It's fine, it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. Lloyd says, my results are in August, I'm very scared I won't be passing maths. You'll be alright, Lloyd, don't worry. And if you don't pass maths, it's not the end of the world either. But I have faith. I imagine the wait is fairly excruciating, but you'll be alright. Right. Okay, here we go. That's better. That's the lighter leather we need. There we go. That immediately reads a bit stronger. But I felt it was important not to go in with that as the base colour because we wanted that darker leather down there. But there are some leather details on the side of this guy's face that we need to brush in. Oopsie daisy. No, that's okay. Alright, we're good. These guys are such dorks. Matthew Johnson says, great, now Nickelback is in my head. He. Sorry, not sorry. Oopsie. There's too much paint there, but that's okay. Ah, yes, this is the Fancy Dan with a belt and braces. Jazz says, do you have any cool games lined up to stream, Johnny? Killer Frequency was awesome. I tend to just leave it until the day to see what I feel like playing, which is not how most streamers do it, because most streamers have a better handle on this stuff than me. But I just really like waking up and being like, what do I most want to play in the world? And it could be something I've streamed before, it could be something completely new. So, no, I haven't made my mind up about, well, this Thursday I'm not streaming a video game because I am going to be setting up for a night of Mario Party at Hackney Brewery in Walthamstow in East London. But I'm thinking about streaming tomorrow. Watch this space. I'm not sure if I actually will or not. But yeah, no, it varies basically from week to week. Ah, Jack Wood's in chat. Hello, Jack. How you doing? It's been a while. I hope you're very well. I'm painting some flings. Right. So what I've done with that glove is go straight in with the lighter brown. But actually, I think I'm going to shade that. Lisa Hunt says, stream/VOD request, an assortment of Next Fest demos. That's not a bad idea, actually. I'll see about doing that sometime. I don't tend to do much like preview coverage or anything like that. Just because I have my fill of doing it when I work for websites, and constantly sticking with the churn of new games coming out is quite exhausting sometimes. So it's nice to just stream what I'd like, whether or not it's blisteringly current. But Next Fest sounds like fun. So yeah, I'll see about doing that. Eleanor Smith says, so if you were to stream yourself writing, what writing would you be doing? I'd be working on the book I'm trying to write right now. I'm trying to write a novel. Emphasis on trying. So I wouldn't be showing the screen, but I would be writing that. Because I've got some good momentum up. I've passed 30,000 words. I'm nearing 35,000. And I just want to really crack on with it. So we shall see. Right, it is time to get some metallics down. Jazz says, what is this book you're writing? I'm trying to write a novel, and it's kind of like magic realism set in modern day London. And I'll share more about it when I can, basically. Right, so I'm going to crack out the tinny tin, because there's a teapot on one of these guys' heads, and then I'm just going to do a normal silver for the saucepan there. Nice switch, you are funny. Does your book have themes and characters? It does, Eleanor. It does have themes and characters both, which is very exciting. I will share more on it when I can, but at the minute I'm not even finished the first draft, so I'm deliberately staying quite cagey about it and playing it close to my chest, because I don't want to big myself up too much, because I don't even know if I can finish this thing. I hope I can, but I'm not taking it as read that I will. In fact, sort of talking about it is effectively me trying to shame myself into working on it again, because I haven't written anything in a few days, whereas I was writing every single day. But I've hit a snag in terms of I need to plan out some details, and they're not coming to me very swiftly, so we'll see. Cheerful Spider says, didn't know Ian Higton named paints. I think of him every time I use Tinny Tin. It's really funny. Oh, I've got to use my Tinny Tin. Yeah, so he's got a little teapot on his bonce. Right, and then just a normal silver. Shows the Great and Powerful, aka P. Noctum, says, Johnny, have you ever dropped into one of Ian's Friday community streams? I have not. For two reasons. Number one, I spend my Friday evenings mostly playing games with a few of my friends online, so I'm off doing that. And also, I don't tend to watch other streamers that often, because oftentimes it feels like a busman's holiday. Like, I love Ian Higton so much, but I worked with him for the best part of 5 years. And so when I'm trying to unwind after work, watching my old colleague do the same job I do is not it's not relaxing. So it's not to say I won't ever, but at the minute, no. But I keep up with what Ian's doing on Twitter, and I'm delighted that he just seems to be really living life at the minute, like really having a nice time. I think he is a wonderful, wonderful man. Alan Smith says, I see, so Ian is a bit much. No, not at all. He's not. I love him. Like, genuinely, unironically love him. I don't tend to watch much stuff anyway. And, like I say, it would be a busman's holiday. You're like, another day of streaming video games. Time to watch someone streaming video games. That's not how I unwind. It doesn't get me out of my work headspace. Because that's what my work headspace is. Snow Ninja Sandcat says, did Johnny just break the halfling in half? No! I did not. I'm just painting his little bunts, look. There you go, there's a bunt. Oh, I know, I was just joking with you. Okay, cool. Cool. Okie dokie. Good, is there any other... Oh yeah, the belt buckles. Right. Brush change. So, thanks so much to this Green Stuff World Synthetic Zero. We're gonna switch to this Rosemary and Co. Kalinsky Sable 3/0. Snow Ninja Sandcat says, I saw something break. I haven't broken anything. I don't know what you saw, but I didn't break anything. Oh, do you mean... Well, these are blue tacks down, so they can move, if that's what you saw. Little silver details. Cool. Alright, that's gone okay. Ooh, that's a bit clumsy, that bit, actually. Hang on. Jack Wood says, are you going to do the horrid brain sheep to go with these lads? Absolutely not, no. Rumbelow can kiss my bippy. He's horrible. Also, I'm painting these up for Gutter Bowl. And the idea of being able to afford a star player in Gutter Bowl is laughable. So I'm going to run these with, like, I think 2 Hefties and a Tree Man. as my team, Jack. Anyway, how you been? It was good to see you. I hope you're well. I haven't had much time to dip into the Discord recently, but it seems like you're still painting up a storm. Nice, which says 2 hefties and a dream and my dream blunt rotation. I don't know, because, right, the halfling hefties are these ones with their sort of mangled faces and their helmets. So it'd take ages for them to, like, even put the blunt in between the bits on their helmet. And also, I can't explain why, but I just feel like all halflings butt suck when they smoke. Like, they pass it to you and it's just damp. Like, they're just like blah, horrible. You know what I mean? Like, just really, like, just damp smokers, so... Slurpy smokers, as Jack would. Ugh. Horrible. Just nasty. Anyway. Okay. Yeah, we're getting there. I should probably shade that silver down. I've never used it, and I'm very excited about this. I've got some dark rust paint from Vallejo, which I'm excited to try out on this this helmet. Lillian LePame says, is it because they're used to pipes? Maybe. Could be. Shows the great and powerful AKP. Noctum says, I would jokingly suggest you play PUBG for a Thursday stream, but thanks to the P32 Discord, I saw what you did to Chris Bratt, you monster. Me? Oh, that time. That was an honest mistake. Ian was worse. Ian would deliberately kill his teammates. I was so bad at PUBG. So bad. Okay. It's pale sand time. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. Chipple Spider says, pubs A through F, totally fine. Oh yeah, no, it was PUBG specifically that gave me a hard time. Very funny. Oh, apparently Ian and his friends still kill their teammates in PUBG. Oh, part of me's glad. Some things never change, hey? Yeah, there we go. That reads a bit better. Cool. Andrew H says, "Hi Johnny, I'm writing a boring report, so your background chillness is most welcome. Thank you." Oh, you're very welcome. I'm glad to be of service. I hope the report writing goes swiftly and smoothly. Right. Jackwood says, "Oh, highly recommend grabbing some Vallejo Ice Yellow if you haven't got it already. It's a really good universal highlight for slightly softer, warm highlights." I'll have a look. I should, yeah, I'll take that under advisement. I'm always... Universal highlight colours are very, very useful. I'm trying to think a lot more at the minute about my use of colour. To the point where I'm starting to think maybe I should just get a book on colour theory. And really go... Oh dear, that's too watery. Really go for it. So that is good to know. Thank you, Jack. Do you know anything about using heavy rust? Dark rust, sorry. I know I've seen Dr. Ollie talking about it, but I've never used it before. I hear it's great, but... Haiku Rice says, "Is ice yellow the same as snow yellow?" Yeah, but you shouldn't eat it rather than... Oh, no, wait. It's just... Oh, my God, it is the same thing. Yeah, you shouldn't eat either. I briefly forgot how you consume snow, then. It's also something you eat, it turns out. Good one, Johnny. Emma Benton says, "I leave for 2 minutes and suddenly we're having to say not to eat yellow snow. What happened?" No, look, it's just that somebody asked if ice yellow was the same as yellow snow, and I said yes. And then what I meant to say was don't eat either, but I was like, one you should not eat, and the other one, and I was like, oh wait, no, snow is also something you would eat. Basically, for a split second, my brain told me that you drink snow. But thankfully, chat has used it as an excuse to remind me not to eat yellow snow, which I promise I will not. Emma says, "I don't know what I expected." Yup. Okay, so kind of based the... there's like a cold compress on his face and a plaster on his tummy and like some... It's almost like duct tape on his helmet. We're going to slap a little bit of Seraphim Sepia on that, which is a very yellow wash. I'm at that point where this all looks okay. I think once it's all layered up, I'll be much happier with it. But yeah, so far, yeah. 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 Seraphim Sepia, that's what I was after. Hello, welcome to a non-binary person in a box of paints. Done it! Bottle episode. Bottle. Shade bottle. Very funny. Okay. Not used that in a while, apparently. Alan Smith says, my cat's turned up. Congratulations. Was your cat missing, or was your cat just not in the room? Ah, bollocks. Tell you what I forgot. I forgot that that whole arm should be painted cream. Oh, just not in the room. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad your cat wasn't missing. Okay. That's right. Painting. That's what I was doing. I don't remember. Quick brush change. We're going to go to a slightly bigger brush, babes. So we're going to the Green Stuff World Synthetic Zero again. Just to get this bit out of the way a bit faster. Alright. I am going to shade that, and then I'm going to layer it back up with cream, I think. Ah, Withy McWizzyton says that's turning out really well. Well done. Thank you. It's almost like you knew that my confidence with this was faltering a little bit, because for a second there I was like, I don't know about this whole paint job. But they will do. And I think once because I'm really going to go wild with the basing on these, I think as a full team, they're going to look all right. Fingers crossed, anyway. We'll see. Just realised I completely failed to paint the ball in this guy's hand. Oofed. Haiku Rai says, 10-hour night shift starting in 30 minutes. Spare me. Can you keep painting for another 9 to 10 hours, please, Johnny? I'll do my best, Haiku Rai. By which I mean, sadly not. I can paint for another hour and 5 minutes, but there are dozens of hours of me painting. It's got to be dozens of hours by this point, right? Me painting on this very channel. You want to catch any of those on VOD? You can see a younger version of me painting less well than I do these days. Nice Rich says, but what if you did for the Vine? Well, Vines weren't very long at all, whereas that would be a mammoth stream. 9 to 10 hours? I mean, what time would that end? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Wait, 12. No, 1 in the morning. Oh, fuck it. I've seen it all, Johnny, says Haiku Rai. Oh, bloody hell. Well, that's impressive. 7 o'clock. If I streamed for 10 more hours, 7 o'clock would be... Wow, I can't do basic maths right now. If I streamed for 10 hours from 7 p.m, what time would I finish, please? Given that I'm failing to do basic counting in my head right now, I've literally given up and I've delegated. It would be 5 a.m. Thank you, Wizard Milsington. Yeah, the time it is now minus 2 hours. Yes, 7 minus 2 is 5. Yeah, there you go. Given that's where my brain is now, I don't think it would be good if I streamed until 5 in the morning. So I'll politely decline. I'll shade that ball as well. That sort of bit of dry brushing at the very start has actually done alright with that cloth. It reads like black cloth to me, which is I'm very pleased with. Right. So what we're going to do... Oh, I need to shade that. Right. Let's get some Seraphim Sepia down. Just going to shade this thing quickly. I also want to shade that ball. We're getting there, we're getting there. Yeah, we're doing okay. Cool. Basically, I want to finish layering this stuff up. And then I'm going to work on the trouser ferret and the rat head and the dead rat all at the same time. So I can really just focus on them. Just Manbun says, from my perspective, Johnny will be streaming until 5 a.m. Bloody hell, look at that. I have brought stability, peace, and justice to my new empire. Your new empire? If you're not with me, you are my enemy. Anakin. My dedication? No, my Anakin, my allegiance is to the Republic, to democracy. Don't make me kill you, etc., etc. Let me kill you. I will do what I must. I can't remember. Can't remember the rest of it. Anyway. Right, let's treat ourselves. Let's finish highlighting this red. Nice Rich says, Johnny, can you do the whole film? No. I'm pleased to say I can't do the whole film. Nice Rich says, it's a shame Jedi wear those robes, because God knows who has the best butt in that franchise. Right? Exactly. But also, I'm going to say it. Can you trust them? Can you trust the Jedi? Because if they're in tune with the Force, right, who's to say they aren't constantly using the Force to hold up their butt and turn it into a more pleasing shape? Hmm? Think about it. Yoda just walking around with, like, the pertest little buns. Being, use the Force, I do. Make my butt look amazing, I do. You know? Just saying. Carrie Choi says, why did you think about it? Because it's being in my head is a nightmare at the best of times. Why not have a bit of fun with it? Nice Rich says Yoda has cake, no doubt. See? Preach. Boss Nass has absolutely got a dump truck ass back there, right? You just know it. Anonymous says that all of that swimming means that the Gungans have the best butts in Star Wars. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, wait. Was I using the wrong red this whole time? I think I might have been. Harmon Casey has done a super chat saying, leaving a treat for myself as I clean my room. Been feeling nervous about starting grad school here in South Florida. Thanks for being a safe space. With a thumbs up emoji, a linking hangout emoji, and then like an okay emoji. Thank you very much for the super chat, Harmon. I hope the cleaning of your room is helping you kind of feel less squirrely about starting grad school. It's scary to start something new, especially something like grad school, which I've never had the stones to do. The guts, excuse me. But you know what? I think you're going to be absolutely fine. You've got this far. And also, I don't know about you, but I find when I'm nervous about something, 90% of it is because I can't imagine what it's like. Like, I can't imagine the layout of the room, or I can't imagine, you know, like what I'll be wearing that day or anything like that. And as soon as I go somewhere and I'm like, oh, this is a geographical space that I'm occupying, like it's no different to anywhere else, and I immediately calm down. But not being able to imagine what it's like there physically is a real driver of like nerves for me. So I'm sure once you're there, even like on the first day, you're going to be doing fine. And also, on the first day's kind of a gimme, right? It's kind of a freebie. Because how much can they really put you through in one day? It's all going to be sort of registration, orienteering and that kind of stuff. I think you're going to do absolutely fine. But I appreciate the nerves. I'd be feeling the same if I were in your position. But just know, we've all got your back here. I think you're going to smash it. And you're going to have a lovely, tidy room later, so that'd be nice. So, win-win, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway, back to Star Wars butts. I reckon Rebel Alliance pilots, or pilots in general, if they're in, like, fast craft, must have pretty decent butts, right? Because you're under a lot of G-forces there, and you're like, trying to keep yourself in your seat. And also, being in a dogfight in an X-wing seems bloody scary. So I'd be clenching pretty hard. I reckon Rebel Alliance pilots have pretty cast iron buns. Probably TIE fighter pilots as well. That would be, I think, even more so than Jedi. I think it's X-wing pilots. EA122 says Neon Nub has a butt on his face. It does. What about Porkins? He's a pilot, says Santo Atheos. Yeah, and he's probably got a killer butt. I'm not going to turn an X-wing pilot away because he's husky. You kidding? Get in here. Set S-foils to kiss position. Emma Blass has done a super chat saying, I required a day off today and I'm thankful to settle in for some Chiodini time. Thanks for being you to help me be me. You're very welcome, Emma. I'm sorry that you needed a day off today, but I'm very, very glad that you recognised that need and you took it. That is some good self-knowledge. So well done to you. And I'm sorry that you've come in on a slightly cursed bit of Chiodini time when we're talking about Star Wars, but frankly, I can't believe we didn't do this sooner. Mayan says TIE pilots have even more butt clenching to do because their ships are unshielded for some reason. Very good point. And also, I feel like they spin faster. They spin faster than X-wings. So that will be a lot of, like... Yeah, it's a lot of gripping that seat, isn't it? Yeah, that would be it. But anyway, Emma Blass, lots of love to you. Just chill out, think about who you think has the best butt in all of Star Wars, and I'm sure we'll have you feeling better in no time. Or more confused in no time. Either or. Both good, kind of. Right. Yep, okay. Right. Emma Blass says, "Oh, I've been here for ages and I have my own opinions." Oh, good. Okay, I'm glad. Good. Yeah, so I think it's X-Wing pilots. I feel like the Jedi are just... Well, no, the Jedi aren't disqualified, but, like, the Jedi have great butts. But... they're... Some of it is down to them just using the Force to hold up their buns. That's what it is. Scott Perkins says TIE Fighter seats. Scott Perkins says... I can say it. I can say it. I can say it. I can say it. Scott Perkins says TIE Fighter seats practically have bite marks in them from how hard they need to clench. Oh my god. Oh, Scott, that's the funniest fucking thing I've ever seen you say. Oh, that was super... that was sublime. I sound like Matt Lee dying. Oh, my stomach hurts. Oh, ow. Oh. Okay, I'm okay. Oh my fucking god, that was funny. Oh. Okay, Scott wins. Scott wins. That's... Oh my god, that was funny. Oh, wow. Semantic Poetry says the iconic TIE Fighter noise is really the pilot's screams from clenching so hard. Oh. Oh, holy shit, that was good. Well done, everybody. Maybe we should talk about butts more often. It's fun. And we're good at it, you know? So, to recap. Top butts in Star Wars. Number 1, TIE Fighter pilots. Brackets, so much spinning and clenching. Number 2 is Rebel Alliance pilots. Same reason, but shielded, ergo more relaxed. 3, Jedi. Brackets would be at number 1, but using the Force feels dishonest somehow. 4, Gungans. Brackets, swimming. Did I say 4 twice then? No, I didn't. I suppose the Mandalorians look like they have cute butts, you know? They go through a lot of training. What if it's, you know... This is the way you hold your butt to make it look nice, you know? That kind of thing. I'm going to set number 5, Mandalorians. Just a gut feeling. Or a butt feeling. This Tom of the Wind says, this is the ass. I mean, the way. Scott Perkins says, that's made my day, thank you. No, Scott, from the bottom of my heart. Bottom, thank you. Because that was something else. Fucking hell. That really... I don't know if you noticed, but that got me real good. We do have fun here on youtube.com/JohnnyChiodini, don't we? And I'm really glad you're here to have fun with me, because fucking hell. I'm quite good at making myself laugh generally, but sometimes you lot send me to just a completely different region of brain space, and it's tremendous. Emma Blast says, could bounce a Beskar off that ass. Scott says, that's clipped. Please share it, Scott. Please share that shit. Good lord. Yeah. I don't need to go into why it's funny. You already know, because I lost my mind for a good minute and a half to 2 minutes there. Oh dear, oh dear. So, I am struggling with the trim on the red armor. I don't think it looks good. I think I'm just going to make it silver. That's what I'm going to do. Oh, my stomach still hurts a little bit, not going to lie. It's very funny. Is that better? Yes, yes it is, considerably. Oi, 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 oi. Nice Switch says, everyone here is very good, aren't they? Big fan. I agree. It's a nice bunch. Good bunch of people. Oh. Beetle1987 says, what do you call a pirate with an amazing butt? Thick with 7 C's. Never heard that one before in my life. Genuinely impressed. Okay. Emma Benton says, I am a goblin, but sure. Emma, you are fantastic. Thank you. Anyway, what's wrong with being a goblin? Nothing. Nothing at all. Right, yeah, that silver trim has made me feel very differently about these miniatures in a very good way, so that's nice. I thought about it again. Oi, 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 oi. Shell's a great and powerful aka P. Noctum says, I am a liability at best. Come now. That's not nice. That's not fair on yourself. Whoops, I overpainted there, but hey-ho. Uh-oh. Oh! Big flake of paint on my brush. That won't be good for it. I need a bit fresh paint on the palette, I think. Air of Wildfire has done a super chat saying, not been able to watch a stream for about a year now. Finally got an evening off that matches a stream day. Starting again. See you in the future. Thanks so much for being here, Air of Wildfire. It's really nice to catch you. Thank you for the super chat. And for checking in. That's really, really lovely. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And if you got back to this point, hello again. I hope you're very well. Hope you enjoyed... Well, I think we all know what we all just went through. It's me losing my mind thinking about TIE Fight. I'm not... I can't. You know why I'm laughing. Oy. Good lord. Oh. Hey, Beetle1987 says, why does a duck have feathers? To cover its butt quack. Big fan. Ducks are nice, aren't they? They're pretty alright. Ducks can be horrible to other ducks. And we don't need to go into that. But ducks as a base concept, I like. Just like people. People as a base concept, I like. But people can be horrible to people. And that makes me not trust people. Jazz says, I think we do need to go into that, Johnny. Tell me more. No, Jazz. No, we don't. Just don't worry about it. Ducks can show some questionable behaviours towards other ducks, and we'll leave it at that. And, what if we all just stayed in a stream where we didn't talk about that today? You know? That'd be nice. So let's do that. Pale Sand. Trying out a new song for Pale Sand. There. Oh. Got to paint the spike on this guy. Green Rain says, gotta go, have fun for the rest of the stream. Oh, I suspect we will. Oh, I genuinely do feel a little bit sick still from laughing at the TIE Fighter thing. But it's alright. Because the Halflings are coming on pretty nicely. Getting towards the point where all we need to do is layer up the skin and then paint the little rat bits, which will be so quick because if there's one thing I know how to do, it's paint Skaven. And then we'll be set, really, which would be nice. So yeah, layer up the skin, paint the rat bits. One thing I want to do is experiment with the rust paint. With dark rust, which I've never used before. Ah. Water's good, isn't it? It's nice to stay hydrated. Ooh, that is a dark little paint. Have I shaken that well enough? Let's see what we get out of that. What the fuck is this? Is this meant to be like a metallic, or... I don't know if it is. No, I think it's just meant to be that dark. Emma Benton says, psh, hydration. Emma, it's been long enough since you joined chat and had your coffee. Now we can talk to you about water. It's 80% of you, Emma. And I, for one, think we could all do with a little more Emma Benton in this world. Or rather, I think we could all do with Emma Benton not being dangerously dehydrated in this world. So there. Oh, that is a fun paint, isn't it? Not applying it very well. I think it's fun. This is fun. It's a very useful weathering paint, it turns out. Oh, this is good stuff. That is a nice paint. Stipples on very nicely. Yeah. Yeah, alright. Yeah, okay. Cool. Nice Rich says, okay, legends, it's time for me to scoot off. Have good weeks. Happy Final Fantasy Day on Thursday for those who are celebrating. Yes, happy Final Fantasy Day to you all for Thursday. I wish you well in the game series that I've never really got into, but that's not to say that it isn't great. And yeah, take care of yourself, Nice Witch. Thank you for being in chat. It's been really lovely having you here today, as per usual. As per ever? That's not a phrase. As per usual. Thank you. It's been lovely. Right, let's have a bit of this very bright orange, and then let's thin it right down. Right. And then let's get a bit of damp tissue. Yeah. You sticking with me? And we'll wipe most of it off. And let's stipple some of that in here. That's the best rust I've ever painted, I think. Dirty down rust wash who? Actually, that stuff is brilliant, but just in terms of doing it myself with acrylics, it's the best rust I've ever done. Doesn't show up brilliantly on stream, but I promise you, it's the best rust I've ever done. Hugh says, I arrive. Who is this rusty individual? This is one of the Altdorf rat catchers. I'm painting a halfling team for Gutter Bowl. Basically, they're halflings, but they're nasty inner city halflings who kill rats and eat them. For shits and grins, basically. I'm just putting some finishing touches onto the teapot here. And then I've got to layer up the skin and paint up a rat head and a tiny rat, and then we're done with these, which is nice. Because it might buy us a bit of time to work with the mangler squig we started on our last painting stream. Silversword says, got a minor emergency to take care of. We'll catch the rest on VOD. Stay safe. I hope everything's alright, Silversword. You go take care of what needs doing, and then we'll see you back here at some point, I am sure. Lots of love to you. Take care. Right. Okay. Kislev Flash. And let's go down a brush. No, actually let's stick with this one. Oh. The dog's farted and left the room again. Tremendous. Really lovely of her. Right, lay it up the face a little bit. Gonna have to come back and do some more finishing touches on that, to be honest, but for now we've got other bits of skin to layer up. Can't say I've done a brilliant job on the feet here, but that's okay. I've never painted a halfling model before. There he is, smug little teapot bastard. There's his little face. And his ridiculous teeth. Fun. Whee! Having a bit of fun. Okay, nearly there. Nice, 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 nice. Okie dokie. Whew. Right, yeah, I think I'm just going to do the rat head on this guy's helmet and the rat in that other guy's hand, and then I'm going to call these three done, which will be very nice. Oh, and I need to paint the ferret as well. So I need to Google polecat colouring. He. Oh, they're so fucking cute. I love ferrets. Oh. Oh, that one looks loads like Navidson. Right. It's actually not going to take that much. I forgot them. They're mostly very dark coloured. So they've got... Okay. Yeah. Oh, this is nice. Bloody love a ferret. You need a smaller brush for this, actually. Brush change. So we're moving on from our 3-0 Rosemary and Co. Kalinsky table. And we're going to pick up this Montmartre 16/0 liner. It's very useful. Okay. See a little face? A little bandit face? God, I miss my ferrets. I called... Why are you saying I didn't call you babes? I called you all babes. I called you babes like 6 times this stream. Defect. I definitely said babes in that last brush switch. I swear. Fit it. Little trouser fit it. Bless it. Right. All Valley Girl, no babes? Honestly. Ugh. Right. Keep calm and reload says a true babe. Doesn't need to be told they are a babe. They just know it. Well, it just so happens, babes, we're going to change brush. We are done with the Montmartre 16/0 liner. And we're going back to, let's face it, it's the star of this whole stream. It's the Green Stuff World Synthetic 0. And we're going to use it to paint this rat. So, very simple. We base coat the thing in Mornfang Brown if you're using Citadel, but this is Beastly Brown from Vallejo. And then we'll do some skin and face things, highlights we'll call them, painting. So I suppose what you really call it. And then it'll all be fine. I think my record, basically, the main unit of the Skaven are clan rats. This is a test I did for a fire effect, but clan rats, these little guys, little meep, 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 squeak squeak. I've painted so many of them now that I can do one from start to finish in 15 minutes if I push myself. I did it once on stream just to see how fast I could do it. 15 minutes. Is that a sign I've painted too many? Certainly feels that way. Right. I'm going to let that dry for a sec while I paint the other bit, the head, on the other one. But we are going to shade that in a minute. Ooft. Raiku Rai says, oh good, my partner is out sick, so I'm doing the night shift alone. Ethelfrith, give me strength. Good luck, Haiku Rai. That sounds rubbish. You got this. Mikey Roy says, first time ever, things will break. Well, at least you're managing your own expectations. Honestly, good luck. I think you'll be fine. But yeah, that sounds stressful. So we're all rooting for you. Oh, rat head. Let's do another bit of brown on this rat, actually. That's right, you do the skin before you do the shade. Silly Johnny, what am I saying? Okay. So what we need now is my old pal Ratskin Flash. Ratskin Flash. Buddy Wrongleg says, did the name Ethelfrith come from anywhere in particular, or just a general Anglo-Saxon name? Just a general Old English name, really. I studied a lot of Old English when I was at uni, so I've always been very fond of it. And I just thought, yeah, fuck it, why not? No! Rock solid. Absolutely rock solid. Ah, man. I've had paints dry out on me before, but this one hurts. This was like the first paint I bought. I was so close to finishing it. I bought this paint in 2017, and it has seen me through my entire Skaven army. I've used... Science Boy says, you still have your first paint? Not anymore, the Science Boy! Actually, a bunch of the ones are the ones I bought in 2017. This Wazdaka Red was also bought for the Skaven army, and... Oh, well. I'm actually going to keep this. Put it up on a shelf. Jazz says, what did you study at uni? I studied English literature and language. Hence, doing a lot of Old English. I fell in love with medieval literature, so I did a lot of it. It would not soften overnight, unfortunately, if I added water to it, Haiku Rai. Not even medium, not even paint medium is going to save that. If I ground it into a fine powder and then added it to paint medium, I could make a bad revived Ratskin Flesh, but it's dead, it's gone. But that's okay. I'll just use Carne Marron again. Maybe with a blib of orange in it. Oh, that's made me genuinely a little bit sad. I shouldn't feel sad. It's a pot of paint that cost me £2 something 6 years ago. And yet, I am a little sad. But that's okay. Method to Go says, have you ever attended the IMC in Leeds, Johnny? I have not, no. Not even sure what it is. Oh, Ratskin Flesh, why? I mean, they're a pretty good match, actually, these two. They look kind of identical. But still. Bah! It's not the same. It doesn't feel the same. Emma Blast says, think about the TIE fighters. I'm going to pop a tiny bit of orange in here. Yeah, that'll do. No, that's way too much paint. Oh well. Gets hard, doesn't it? Paint his little rat feet. Little rat feet and little rat's tail. I'm not going to get time to work on the mangler squig today, but I can finish these 3 halflings, which is a quarter of the team, which isn't bad going. There we go, that reads like a rat, and I will shade that in a sec. So we're fine, really. Okay. Defect says we have now learned the cost of dehydration. See? And it's terrible. So then we paint the little snoot on this guy. Little snout. Little rat snout. I will always love the Skaven. Don't want to paint any more of them. I've done my time. But, no, I love them. I love them. I do. I love them. I don't play huge, like, army scale games anymore, but I'm always going to be very fond of the Skaven. Just not in Blood Bowl, because they're too competent. Come back to me when you release a Clan Scryer team. That's what I want. All self-sabotage. That's the best bit about the Skaven. Right, so we need a little bit of a flash wash on there. I'm going to use Targor Raid Shade. Hello everyone, welcome back to Non-Binary Person looking around in a box of paints. Today, where's the Targor Raid Shade? I saw it earlier, I know it's here somewhere. But where? I don't know. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. None of these are it. Where's it gone? Found it. Yes. Ooh, Quinn Gray says, hello friends, I'm so excited. I finally got my Nighthaunt chain rasps primed. Going to be painting those tomorrow. Delightful. What colour scheme are you going for? I burned out painting the Nighthaunt because I tried to paint too many, and I tried to come up with an easy colour scheme, and it was not easy. It was not a straightforward workflow. But I believe in you. That's not... You know what? I'm going to pop a tiny bit of Bloodshade in there. Matthew Johnson says, no such thing as too many rats. I have 120 of them. I've probably got about that many. Hang on, I'll show you them at the end of the stream. In fact, let me slap some shade on these rats, and I'll get me rats at. I'll get my Skaven down from the shelf. Now, bear in mind, some of them are the first ever models I painted, so they won't be good. Let's have a look, shall we? Baddy Wrongleg says, we're being spoiled for non-binary person looks for a specific paint in a box of paints today. Between this and the killer frequency doorbells, it's been quite a Keo week. It has. Right, give me one sec. Fucking hell, that's a lot. I forgot it's 2 boxes, not 1. It's 1.5. Jesus. And this isn't even all the pig bits. Jesus Christ. that's Cursed City. Hope you're enjoying this little commentary as I'm talking. What's in here? What is this? Oh, it's my... Yeah, okay. It's that army, is it? Let's turn it. Where's my Hellpit Abomination? Perfectly normal thing to ask oneself. Where is my Hellpit Abomination? It'll be here somewhere. There it is. Okie dokie. Skaven. Oh shit. Oh fuck. I just snapped a bit off. Okie dokie. Let's look at all my fucking Skaven models. Wow, that needs dusting. This is the Screaming Bell I painted a long time ago. Titan Uranus has done a super chat saying, sorry I'm late, I was just out getting groceries to poverty-stricken single mother. But here is, to a poverty-stricken single mother, but here is a little thing of dosh to splurge on Johnny. Thank you so much, Titan. And also, very cool of you to be out there running groceries to a poverty-stricken single mother. That is a very good thing for you to do. Screaming Bell. There we go. Extremely dusty. Plague Vermin Lord. And I just snapped that off it. Literally just now. So that's annoying. Note the carpet of skulls on the base, which really could do with some black around the edge. And then... we've got a Plague Catapult, which boop spins, which I think is quite fun. That's one of my earliest paint jobs, and you know what? I don't think it's terrible. It's okay. So that's the catapult, and then oh, you've fallen over. This is the first big model I ever painted. It's a Hellpit Abomination, just a big stitched together mound of flesh with a little engine on the back, so it goes poot poot and smashes things to bits. This is very dangerous. This is making me want to play some Skaven. Uh-oh. Oh, that's worrying. Right, so those are the big models. And then... Jesus fucking Christ. There's also some Adeptus Sororitas in here. But there's a bunch of rats. There. Hang on, I'll go full screen. Full face. There's a whole bunch of rats. All these here. In green and red. That's some rats. Whoops, a daisy. That's General Crumpington from a different game. And then, wait for this. Are you ready? Uh-oh. Hey, pig. Rats. Just so many rats everywhere. All of the rats. I haven't even based most of these. That's a lot of clan rats and some storm vermin and some more plague monks. I've done a lot of rats is what I'm trying to say. A lot of rats. Whole bunch of them. Plenty of rats. Like this guy. The storm vermin. The nice thing is they're all on square... Well, most of them are on square bases. All my clan rats and storm vermin are on square bases. So, this isn't a bad paint job. Past me. Look at that. It means I'm very much ready for the old world. Christ alive. So yeah, that's my Skaven. I'll pop those back now, I guess. Be right back again. Emma Blast says, but do you have any rats? Unfortunately not. My partner used to keep rats. And one of them was really wonderful and lovely, but died very young. And they were so saddened by it that they vowed never to have rats again. I never got to meet that rat that was very much cherished, but I know how much she meant to them. So I've sort of agreed that's fine. We won't get rats, but I think they're wonderful. I think they're very lovely. But they're so intelligent that I think you wouldn't be able to, like, I wouldn't be able to not Words are hard. I would end up forming a bond with them, and then, like, 3 years is no time at all with a pet. Watson's nearly 7, and I feel like we've barely had any time together. So, like, the idea of it all being over after 3 years is just like absolutely not. So, there we go. Right. Let's put the vermin lord back. Come on then. And then we'll get onto the rat catchers. Finish them up. Okay. There we go. Cool, we got 7 minutes to finish a rat head and a rat. Piece of cake, not a problem. Charles the Great and Powerful, aka P. Noctum, says, weird question, Johnny, but have you purposefully curled your hair at the end? No, this is just what my hair does. It's got a wave to it, and then when it gets to this length, it just becomes a curl. I know it's ridiculous. Sometimes I wake up and I've got ringlets. It's really weird, but no, it's not intentional. It's just something that happens. Which I'm not complaining about. Quite like the look of it, to be honest. But I washed and conditioned my hair a couple of hours before the stream. So if it looks like it's got bounce, that's why. Right. We're just gonna... There we go. Sort of just add a second colour to the tail. Help it stand out. This rat's actually got some pustules on it, which I might go back and paint later, but for the time being. Doesn't look the same without rat skin flesh. Yeah, it's not the best Skaven head I've ever done, but it reads like a Skaven head. So what I'll do is paint the teeth. And then, obviously, you don't normally see that bit because it's glued to the rest of a model. So what I'm going to do is paint it red and then do some cream in the middle. So it looks like a vertebrae, so it looks like it's got a neck hole. And that'll be nice. Go. Three minutes, I can do that. It is nice to have a type of model that I just feel supremely confident with. And it is absolutely Skaven clan rats. Could do them in my sleep. And it's comforting because it's like... There's an element of nostalgia to it, definitely. It's just a bit gratuitous, this bit, but it's quite funny at the same time. Little wet blend. Barely even a wet blend, really. Let that dry, and then I'll blib a bit of cream in there to make the... In fact, fuck it, I'll do it now. Why not? Ew. That looks awful. That looks very bad. Oh well. That's fine. I might touch that up after the stream, but for now, it's 8 PM here in London. Well, nearly. 7:59 here in London. And here are the first 3 completed players for the outdoor rat catchers. I'm very pleased with how these have come out, which is nice. Thank you so much for being here with me. It's been a really good paint stream. I enjoy them anyway, but this one's been real nice. So, that's me for the rest of the day. Like I say, I might stream tomorrow. I might be streaming. It would be in the daytime here in the UK, so earlier. Probably I'd start around 3, which is an hour earlier. I can't promise I'll do it, but I'm thinking about it. We will see. Depends what time I get up and walk the dog, I guess. Thursday, I will be at Hackney Brewery in the evening, so I won't be streaming. I will be running a Pride party, a Pride Mario party, where we're going to be playing Mario Party Superstars on the Switch. It's going to be very good fun. We're going to split the room into 4 and make 4 teams and make everyone in the room compete. And then the winning team gets a free drink. That will be nice, but it's going to be very, very silly. If you are in London and you can make it to East 17, which is funny because it's like a boy band. If you can make it to Walthamstow, then you can... words are really hard. If you want to come along, that would be great. You can either look at my Twitter, which is JOHNNEH, there's a link in the description of this video, or if you search High Hill Tap or Hackney Brewery online, you should be able to find your way to find tickets. It'd be lovely to see you if you are able to come. Obviously, I appreciate that most people don't live in London. Most people live somewhere else. I have a Patreon. It's patreon.com/... Johnny Chiodini, that's my name. And if you are able to support me directly through there and you would like to, that would be wonderful. But yeah, I'll be back on. I'll be maybe back tomorrow, definitely back on Saturday with fresh episodes of Ghost of Tsushima, and then I should be back streaming again on Monday. But life is a strange and unpredictable thing. So anyway, I will see you soon. Thank you very much for sticking with me on this stream. It's been great fun. Love you very much. Take care of yourselves. Have a lovely rest of the day. And yeah, thanks again. Goodbye.